Hi, and a very warm welcome to our online symposium, Digital Dictatorship or Digital Democracy. My name is Sophie Publik, and I am a senior scientist at the Peter Weibel Research Institute for Digital Cultures, together with my colleagues Valerie Messini and Michael Leutzenbauer. At the Research Institute, we investigate how technological interventions such as artificial intelligence, genetic engineering, or virtual reality impact not only our future, but our very present. That's why we are very happy to welcome you at this corresponding conference. And Peter Weibel will give us a thematic introduction in just a minute. I would just like to point out first that you are very much requested to participate in our conference. And you can do so via the chat icon in the bottom right corner on our website, or the link Telegram group, which you can also find at our website. You can post questions or add remarks, and we are happy to read them out loud to the speakers during their Q&A or at the concluding discussion at 6 o'clock. So please enjoy this day. And now I would like to pass over to Peter Weibel.
Also, thank you, Sophie, for the introduction. Thank you all the participating speakers. Thank you to all the people who listen to us. I only can say welcome to everybody, and especially welcome to what I call the Tele Society, because today we are communicating thanks to the existing tele-technology, the technology that exists since approximately 150 years, which has changed deeply our society. We can say, following Harold Innis, the media scientist from Canada, in his book Empire and Communication, written 1950, he has already proved how close a relationship is between technology and politics. This is precisely our subject of today. And I'm very happy that we have brilliant speakers who took the time to share with us their knowledge and also their time. Our first speaker at 2:30 will be Jamie Allen. Then every speaker will have half an hour for his lecture, for his inputs, and also for discussion. After Jamie Allen, we have Beth Novec, we have Hito Steil, Sarah Spiekerman, Martin Drexler, Geja Jost, and finally Jamie Susskind. All the speakers have a long publication list of artistic activity in the field which we are debating today. The field is precisely what I said, how politics is changed and transformed by technology. We know that the invention and the use of the printing press 1,000 years ago, called the Gutenberg Revolution, have been the ground for the Enlightenment and even for representative democracy. But therefore we have to ask the question, what can we expect today? It's from the future of democracy, from new tools, from digital tools and from social media. There are many, many books published about the decline of democracy, from de facto democracies, simulated democracies, decline of democracies, post-democracy. Many, many books are published by academics about the decline of democracy. We can observe it every day when we watch television, from America to China, how democracy is declining. And therefore is our question, what is the role of digital tools in this change of democracy? And what will be the future? Will it be a digitally supported democracy? Or will it be a digitally supported dictatorship? And I think after this afternoon, with the discussion with experts, and with our final discussion tomorrow morning from 12 to 1, I think we will have some answers which are going beyond the usual prejudices. We have to remember that in the 90s, there was a great hope. There was a real utopian hope in the function of the internet, in the function of social media, and in the function of digital tools to democratize society. For example, there was a book published by the major researcher Mackenzie Wark. Mackenzie Wark is professor at the New School for Social Research in New York City. He's a professor of media and culture sciences. And he published a book 2004, which is typically for his utopian desires. The book was called A Hacker Manifesto. Even it's a prestigious Harvard University Press. Some people call it as a communist manifesto for information age, because he said the hackers are a revolt against commodified information, or against an industry of information which is monopolized by the famous Big Five. So he saw the hackers in an utopian promise beyond the property form of information. As he said, we have a new class. Instead of the proletariat class, we have the hacker class. And this hacker class is a new progressive class for information commons against a so-called possessive class who would monopolize information. This has been the utopian hope of the new digital society, new digital tools. Because after the classical institutions of the state, executive institution, juridical institution, legislative institution, since the 19th century, especially the 20th century, we had the press as power number 4 in the state. But today, we have another institution of power, which are the social media. We have a president in America who is a Twitter president, who communicates with his followers and his citizens per Twitter, not through the parliament and not through the press. He's even an enemy of the press, and even with a certain success. Therefore, the question is very important for the fate of democracy. What will be the role of social media, the role of digital tools to transform democracy to the better or the worst? One of the problems is that from technically, digital technology would allow for greater participation of the public by online petition, by rallies, by marches, etc. We even see now in the insurrections in the United States of America against the dominant racism, that social media can play an important role in organizing protest, against the racism. So we can see there is a demand for participation and agency that is not satisfied by the so-called historical representative democracy. We can see the tools of representative democracy cannot prevent a new form of dictatorship. Therefore, we have new political movements, which we can call liquid democracy. And in these new political movements, in this insurrection of citizens, online media can play an important role. But then we have many observations that so-called social media are becoming asocial media for many observers. They call them asocial media because this media, asocial media, can become a platform for what they call conspiration theories and conspiration themes. Social media can become an echo chamber, a resonance chamber for prejudices and fake news that serve more the enforcement of right-wing interests and not as much the enforcement of liberal democracy. Unproved opinions, what in Greek is called doxa, very often generated even by chatbots and virtually spread and resonated as feedback mechanisms can form an affirmative majority, an affirmative community of believers. Therefore, instead of a democracy of competent citizens, we have a kind of doxocracy, a regime of doxa, a regime of unproved opinions, which dominate the public sphere, the public discussion, instead of informed citizens. But we can also hope that digital tools can help and empower the culture, the education of the citizen. Because democracy needs citizens who have access, who possess information. But as long as these citizens are not educated or competent enough to understand the operations of the data management, of the rules of algorithms, It is difficult for the citizens to understand how digital tools function, and how the government uses and how private companies monopolizing information, how these private companies can use digital tools, algorithms, and real-time data management to govern and to steer and to control and to observe the citizen. Therefore, the question is precisely who owns information? Who owns the tools of information? And who understands how these tools of information become tools of control and of surveillance? And who are the institutions who control and survey not only data, but also the citizen? Therefore, some people have the idea that maybe these digital analphabets, these digital analphabets, this digital, this citizen who is not competent enough to understand the digital century, to understand the information sphere, to understand the Turing galaxy. So a normal citizen coming from the Gutenberg galaxy knows how to read. And maybe this knowledge can help him to make the right votes. But today, he's living in a data field. And it is very complicated for this digital analphabets to understand what is going on in the modern world, which is a coded world. The modern world is completely coded by digital tools. And therefore, some scientists and theoreticians think these citizens could be helped systems of artificial intelligence. They could support the options of the citizen. These are the grounds which we are discussing today. Precisely, how can we use digital tools to empower the citizen, to enforce democracy, and just not allow and to protest against the use of digital tools as it has now happened, that this is used for so-called digital dictatorship. Therefore, the question is the infosphere of the future, because our society, our planet is surrounded by thousands of observer institutions, observer states, from satellites, from drones to mass media. And living in a life in this infosphere in which we live can in the future become a digital dictatorship, or it can also become a digital democracy. And how can we use digital tools to empower the citizen and to move forward in the digital democracy? These are the questions which we're discussing today and also tomorrow. And I'm really happy that we have really experts who share with us the expertise and share with us their time. Our first speaker is Jamie Allen. Jamie Allen is an artist and a theoretician. Very successful are his books and his writings about the digital age, and also as an artist, he's at the core of the discussion, what we are making today. He's a researcher, a senior researcher with a critical media lab in Basel. And he's born in Canada. He's an artist, designer, theoretician, teacher, the researcher. And he is interested how technology functions in relation to individuals, culture, and societies. He is a lecturer and publisher and exhibitor worldwide. He, as I said, he creates prefigurative institutions for collaboration. And his lecture today will be to look at the digital as a cure and the cause of societal divisiveness, control, misinformation, and governmentality. Precisely what is our topic, how governmentality, how information, how control and generation of information is changing by digital tools. Jamie Allen will examine the role that arbiters of climate data play today. Because in the climate discussion of the day, science, the science of information is very important. Many people do not accept the scientific facts and call it alternative facts of fake news. So precisely, is the most important subject of today: how to save the planet, how to keep the planet habitable. This information of what is of the Anthropocene is by many people. This information of climate is by many people denied. So the arbiters of climate data, its collection, its generation, its transmission, distribution, and analysis play a most important role in circumscribing the future. Because in that sense, the planetary crisis, the climate crisis, is also an information crisis, because the digitization of the climate and how this data are generated and distributed, even how they are sailed to the highest speed, is a very great danger to an open, democratic, knowledge-based society. And therefore, himself, I'm very, very happy that Jamie Allen, as an expert, is discussing with us this precisely most important topic: how data about climate are generated, controlled, and distributed in our capitalist society. I can therefore very welcome Jamie Allen, and I thank you deeply that you found the time to share your expertise and your knowledge with us. Thank you, Jamie. I can also be proud to say we've invited Jamie already several times to participate in exhibitions by ZCAM, and all these pieces have been very, very incisive. Thank you, Jamie, again for your gifts as an artist and as a writer.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you hear you very well. Thank you.
Hey, guys. Thank you very much for the invitation. This is going to, looks like just under a half dozen people, and it's live online as well, yeah?
Yeah.
So we'll be saying hello more broadly to everyone. I had a little presentation that I can sort of start, I think. Does that look like something? A black screen?
You can read it. Everything is fine.
Cool. So yeah, thank you. I feel like we're running a little early even. This is now 2:30, but do you see something on your screen that says digital dictatorship and democracy?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, cool. So thanks for inviting me again. I guess some of what Peter said I was going to do, I will do. Some of it I probably won't, just for the necessities of time. And because, to be honest, a lot of the research that we've been up to has also been thwarted by coronavirus. And so some of this might be a little allegorical. You know, and it's also a reflection, I would say, on the ways that Corona has sort of made the digital and digital subjectivity and digital democracy and all these sorts of things such a kind of topic at the moment. So my name is Jamie Allen. I am based at the Critical Media Lab in Basel, and I'm speaking to you from an internet connection in Berlin, Germany. Is everything okay, Sophie?
Everything okay.
Okay.
I see slide number 2 of 26 slides. We can read everything, we can hear everything. Everything is working. Thank you, Jimmy. Now you can go, if you want, to slide number 3.
So over the past few months, I just wanted to, hold on one second here. I want to be sharing that screen, I think.
I think it's very helpful.
Yeah, now it's good.
That's better, isn't it?
Yeah, now we have your full screen.
I can see your chat and everything too.
But
Okay.
we only see your picture and the full screen. It's perfect.
I saw you looking worried, Valerie. So I was over the past 2 months, the whole coronavirus thing has created patterns of isolation that have kind of given new life, I think, to digital communications and events like the one that we're doing right now. platforms for real-time connectivity. So in one sense, COVID-19, you could say, is kind of a giant content creator. It multiplies the feeds and media streams and activities of online symposiums, screenings, discussions, and colloquia. And this is just something to reflect on in terms of what makes a digital democracy function. Our moment is one in which the presumption of availability is colliding with new expanded installed bases of centralized and corporate systems for connectivity and efficiency. New effectivenesses have been achieved in the production of media and ideas just over the last few months. These days, I find myself via Facebook and other social media channels invited by friends and colleagues to a really overwhelming number of online lectures, as I'm sure all you have, conversations, encounters. Each is, of course, interesting and essential as we all attempt to grapple with the current moment of hiatus, and as we hope to move past reflection towards installing some kind of new, hopeful, new normal in place of what came before. So the specific type of events that I've been asked to join lately, about half dozen reading groups over these concentrated months of online alone togetherness, have invited close, speculative, and pandemic readings of one science fiction story, which I happen to love. These are all groups that were happening at different times in different time zones on different platforms. And we're completely different communities, but it seems that many people these days want to read together the sci-fi classic, The Machine Stops. The story of The Machine Stops was written 5 years prior to the First World War. It's a short story that situates the concerns of early 20th century liberal and technological subjectivity avant la lettre. Its author is the essayist E.M. Forster, and he outlines very much in advance many anxieties of techno-progressive liberalism well before the ensuing American century would misread and digitally opportunize these concerns into realities. The Machine Stops is, like most people say about it, a really impressively and famously prescient piece of sci-fi in which technologies and systems that uncannily resemble even pre-corona scenarios of internet and Zoom use are imagined and described by its author in the year 1909. The story is also a convenient fiction. It's the kind of tale that gets brought back into circulation in periods when intensity of online activity and this dream of brains and vats and total telecommunication reaches digital fever pitch, as during the dot-com bubble of the late 90s that I very much lived through, or we might say right now. The Machine Stops is the story of a mother and son, Vashti and Kuno. The third main character is, of course, the eponymous machine. Vashti lives in an underground hexagonal cell as a hairless and toothless lump of flesh, interconnected to the external world only via the machine. The clumsiness of public gatherings has long been abandoned. The world's subterranean citizenry are arranged tier below tier, reaching far into the center of the earth. Individual human beings are responsible only for eating, sleeping, and consuming and producing ideas. Her interface, Vashti's interface, is a kind of automated telecommunicational armchair. Vashti is connected via this interface to a bustling, buzzing online social sphere. And like my own role here today, she is also a content creator. She is a lecturer, adding her serialized content to a piped-in digital din so cacophonous and pervasive that silence itself is known to be fatal. Vashti's own lectures on music during the Australian period, for example, are delivered to unseen anonymous groups of presumably interested, if highly passive audiences. Vashti's son Kuno, by contrast, attempts to resist this totalitarian mediation in venturing on journeys from the underground to the overground. Kuno is driven by a desire for real experiences and empirical encounters with the earth. Over a video call with his mother, he expresses his wishes not only to meet her in the flesh, but also to encounter the planet he lives in at the surface, to be out in the open, as his ancestors were thousands of years prior. Imploring his mother to meet him and to understand his vexation better, Kuno pleads, and I quote, "Cannot you see, all you lecturers, that it is we who are dying, and that down here, the only thing that really lives is the machine?" The network science fiction of The Machine Stops was authored by someone much better known for his writings on experience and self-transformation while traveling, through the celebrated novel A Passage to India, also by E.M. Forster. Yet The Machine Stops, he writes out the risks and failings of digital democracy alongside its opposing resistances and romances. Forster amalgamates globalist sensitivities and multicultural sympathies while diagnosing a rampant isolationism and fantasies of individual subjects encountering one another and expanding themselves only technologically. Forster himself was a cosmopolitan globalist and a homosexual in times when these were perilous ways of being. He wrote The Machine Stops as lives and communities worldwide were beginning to be harshly splintered by the pandemic conflicts and wars that would last most of his adult life. Before it was a thing, Forster was a global citizen in touch with and sensitive to worldly flows that would be repeatedly interrupted by all too human planetary catastrophes. The subjectivities created by Forster's writings are in fact prescient in a number of ways, non-technological, including how they exemplify a genre of the first-person travel writing that inscribes a potent and colonial model for worldly modernist subject making, the journey as growth. On one hand, the novel A Passage to India continues a way of being and literary lineage we could trace all the way to cosmopolitan memoirs like Eat, Pray, Love, which emphasize and promote the intersection of travel, experience, personal transformation, mediated witnessing, and reportage. The Machine Stops, on the other hand, points at the potential barbarity of digital civilization, its media and technologies. Technological progress is as such always ambiguous, enabling lively exchanges and freedom of thought, sustained and supported by what is left dead or dying. And as we know, the liberal will to worldliness has fused with the neoliberal pressures to jack in and trade as digital subjects in market economies of attention. The digital democratic subject is compelled by mobility and connection, but can never unplug. Democratic life becomes a spectacle of flux and interconnectivity, escalated and lubricated by EasyJet engines and Instagram server farms. With Corona 2020 hindsight, we have been further compelled to see this elephant in the Zoom more clearly. Globalist drives, experience economics, and social media link jet fuel to likes. Contemporary digital democracy, if we can call it that, has become an effusive and voracious culture of optics and Zoom, creating ways of life that are ungrounded by a political ecology that makes any sense. Forster, in 1909, wrote of this invincible pressure of progress, which, I quote, came no one knew whither, and which, when gratified, was succeeded by some new pressure equally invincible. We continue to be driven by such pressures, simultaneously individualist and globalist, to digitally develop or die, going offline for even the shortest periods, now amounting to a renunciation of digital citizenship. In reality, this pressure amounts to an insistence that we develop and die, revealed by the pause of COVID-19 as the unstable, fragile, and unnecessary demand that it is. It has taken a deadly global pandemic to put the brakes on some parts of our global machine, however momentarily. Digital cultural messianism rushes in to fill the silence, however, filling voids of productivity with still more content, images, and talking heads. How could this moment of digital fervor and resurgence be slowed, rerouted, and pressed to be less self-referential and perhaps more deliberately grounded? The energies that have enabled contemporary democracy, as we know it, are founded on material extraction. The political systems of the West that we continue to cautiously and reservedly deem democratic are also the material legacies of systemic oppression and violent metabolic rifts. "I can't breathe" is the cry that both Eric Garner and George Floyd exclaimed before dying of asphyxiation at the hands of policemen. It is a phrase that evokes how a purported democracy physically impedes the ability to respire, to sustain life. Capital-driven democracy, directly and through environmental racism and the production of climate change refugees, stands on people's necks. It breaks human bonds as readily as it breaks carbon bonds, breaking atmospheres and of democracy. Can digital cultures which advanced along the same violently productivist trajectories be revised towards other kinds of democratic relation? Have we yet best used our most sophisticated tools of communication and analysis, of counting, tracking, and tracing to relate our production and reproduction to the material ecologies that limit and sustain life? What if digital democracy meant the use of digital tools not just to connect people to one another, but to enact an ecological subjectivity, pitting digital culture against petroculture, not in service of it? As the digital takes cultural and political stage yet again, what ways can we forever, or at least this time around, better root human activities in their infrastructural and ecological contexts? Although seldom emphasized in its analysis as technological prophecy, the machine stops is also what we would call today climate fiction or cli-fi. The mother lecturer, Vashti, explains how disinteresting the surface of the earth has become. It's only dust and mud, and no life remains on it. People, should they need to venture above ground, have to have respirators, and the cold of the outer surface of the earth can kill you. Knowledge of these environmental hazards, however, is never evenly distributed. Much of what is known about the outer and upper world is shrouded in myth, obscured by rumor, and dismissed as conspiracy theory. The Central Committee doles out Orwellian decrees about the importance of the machine and the relative uninterestingness of the physical planet. Generally speaking, it seems important how much of our utopian and dystopian tales of technological and digital futures address desires for either planetary disconnection or planetary mastery. In this present moment, in which assumptions about physical bodies, their movement and connectivity might be ostensibly reconfigured, it seems essential that any semblance of a digital democracy to come must be composed by ecological subjects. Our own Central Committee cannot be left alone to orchestrate this composition. How this subjectivity comes together should not be left to the corporatized state, even if nominally democratic, nor to what Isabel Stengers has pointed to as increasingly commercialized fast science. As geoscience and climate data dramatically increase in volume and complexity, as well as vulnerability and urgency, broadcast media and academic and popular earth science need to be elaborated through experimental formats, online and independent channels, creative activism, NGOs, and collectivized knowledge production. Here, we can align with and support projects like Jennifer Cabris's Citizen Sensing and Environmental Practice, the Civic Laboratory for Environmental Action Research of Max Lebrun in Canada, initiatives such as Open Climate Data, and I hope some of the work we are doing to recompose ecological representation as part of the Cycles of Circulation project at the Critical Media Lab in Basel. These are each groups that, in various ways, are attempting to reinscribe ancestral knowledges of ecological custodianship, to expand what it means to be an informed citizen, and to point towards ecological digital democracy. What is somewhat ambiguous in E.M. Forrester's scenario of digital dejection and ecological atrophy is which came first, environmental ruination or enlightened disinterest? Was it that the earth was somehow set on a path of accelerated self-sterilization, therefore becoming forbidding to human life so that people had to move underground and, so to speak, invent the internet? Or did the cacophony of civilization, millions of lecturers at a million microphones, simply decide to detach itself from the critical zone, losing interest and relinquishing care for this thin layer of our ancestral planet? Could it be that we elected to move underground, purposefully forsaking messy material ecologies as a symptom of enlightened, barbarous civilization? In the end, as perhaps in ours, it seems to me that there may be little difference in these two interpretations. Rationalist humanism alienates from both directions, categorically cutting our relations to what is now a more obviously sinewed world. What is called for is a sidestepping of discussions about the digital as a separate category, and a reemphasis on the true interpretational, translational potentials of capture, mediation, analysis, and computability. That is, that all knowledge is situated, that all exploitation and violence is interconnected, and that all ecologies are political and all politics ecological. Thank you very much. That's all I had to say today.
Thank you so much, Jamie Allen, for your wonderful lecture. That was super interesting to consider the ecological aspects of the current digital age that we're facing. So I just have a really small question, because you already mentioned it, but maybe you could elaborate a little bit. How can we imagine something like an ecological democratic society using, for example, social media, maybe decentering the human in that perspective?
Yeah, I think some of the projects I've just mentioned are good examples. I mean, you know, one of the things that that the machine stops really gives you is a sense that digital cultures are often brought into play in order to kind of recenter human needs, I guess, and make sure that people are connected. Less often do we think, you know, how those channels could mediate, for example, you know, carbon budgets. One of the interests I have these days in the Cycles of Circulation project, and we have it in Basel, is to look at things like, you know, digitizing links between, for example, your travel schedule and, you know, how much carbon you may have spent in a given period. And these sort of things would be, you know, really interesting ways of starting to track and trace human behavior against environmental goals. So there's also a lot of work in blockchain, carbon markets, things like that that would potentially, you know, move the digital into worlds a little bit more ecological, and not concern ourselves so much with the social part of social media, shall we say.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Before maybe we have some people from the audience, I have also two questions to Jamie. I find it very interesting that you spoke about, similar to what Sophie has said, not only about democratic subjects, but about democratic ecological subjects. That means that, because you also mentioned the words atmosphere and democracy. That means we have a clear tendency to show democracy is bound to the fate also of our climate changes. So we don't need only democratic subjects, we need also ecologically aware subjects. And you said also, we can digitally connect people, but this is not enough. So maybe we could say you're voting for or arguing for that we not only digitally connect people like the normal democracy, that we also connect people digitally to the environment, to the situation. Therefore, what you called situated interconnected politics. So I see that you think politics today must not only be concerned about information, communication with people, but also we have to connect people digitally with tools to the environment. So I see this line. On one side, we have atmosphere and democracy, but you say we have to link them. And the product is a democratic ecological subject. I think this is a very important idea. That today, democracy is not only about citizens, it is also a new idea of the citizen must be ecologically aware. We must connect society and citizens also with our environment, with our situation. Do I understand you correctly?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the only other thing I would add is that it's also necessary for, in a certain manner of speaking, ecologies to be aware of us, in the sense of, you know, what I meant there by like things like carbon budgets. I find what we've been dealing with in social media spheres, for example, just even reportage of the pandemic, or of ecological crisis, or Black Lives Matter, is of course interpretational layers of meaning where the both the locality and situatedness and context of the collection of data, for example, is not something that's given, sort of to the people most directly involved as much as it still could be. And this seems to be one of the failings of the kind of, I don't know, the dream of the 90s, resulting in, a very corporatized media sphere online that still has, I'm sure we'll talk about later, massive problems of filter bubbles and sort of filtering of information in particular ways. So I'm really interested in the projects I had mentioned, like Max Le Baron's work and these kind of localized scientific projects, which are actually taking communities into the spaces where, ecological stewardship happens, but then also using, those same energies to activate kind of citizen science and direct ecological science.
My other question is, Jamie, says you mentioned in your chart the word slow down, and you spoke about machine stops. So my question is, how do you think digitalization, digital tools, are they supporting slowing down or acceleration? We have this little movement of philosophy, the accelerationists. So they always say digital tools improve acceleration. Do you think this is true, or can we also use them to slow down, even to stop processes and machines?
Yeah, I think you definitely use them for whatever you want. There's a certain sense in which accelerationism, of course, has a bunch of different facets. I would say, largely what I'm pointing towards here is making sure that the production of knowledge is also situated, also contextualized, also documented, also taken, into consideration. I think still what we have, particularly with catastrophic events, is this, acceleration towards a particular kind of crisis mode. The only thing that requires 24-hour news services is something that is a crisis, and therefore news services that run 24-hour operations turn everything into crises. Whereas, the circulation might be of one image or one sort of misrepresented factoid, and this is what we get online. So what I'm pointing to not only slowing down, but maybe even sort of a look at the way that knowledge production has partaken of a particular kind of productivist mode, where it doesn't resist as much as it should the pace of things like social media or other media channels.
Peter, may I just interrupt you? It would be great if we could see you, because your camera is not on. I had to turn it off before.
For me?
Yes.
Okay.
So in the left corner, there should be the sign for the cameras, so that we can see you too.
Okay, then I have another question. You had also a chart, civilization, barbarism, and technology. Huh? And it is very correct, thanks to observation, that the more technology, weapons, etc., the more we can turn civilization into barbarism. Are you afraid that with the next step of when we have digital tools, that also the degree of barbarism will rise, and the civilization can even turn more than after atomic power into more barbarian states? Like in the 20th century, we have experienced a terrible barbarism, from chemistry to atomic bombs. Do you think in the future it is possible that digital tools can even rise barbarism instead of civilization?
Yes, I'm definitely afraid of that. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
What I'm more afraid of, I think, probably also in response to the title of this event a little bit, is that we've sort of misrepresented what democracy is linked to, which is also something I was trying to point to there with the kind of Benjaminian barbarism of all civilizations. It's not so much that, any kind of modernist organizational structure is better or worse than any other kind of way with, the historical process would have gone. It's just that in some sense, I think we forget that, like, I could give an example. My home nation of Canada is very proud of its, education and healthcare system vis-a-vis the US particularly. And this pride comes out of, the riches that it extracts from a vast nation of resources. And not, that's also a kind of pride, but what I mean is the ability to have that kind of a social democratic structure in the middle of North America results from things like the oil sands, and Canadians are not always the greatest at making these links. So I think we really have to question, epistemologies and models of democracy and sort of their links to particular brands of, assumptions about freedom and mobility and travel and ways of life, which is what I'm kind of more afraid of, is that we're sort of not seeing the elephant in the Zoom there, where there's something quite corrosive in the projection of democracy as a kind of libertarian dream of freedoms that maybe just are not sustainable, not within the limits of ecological thinking.
I think what we do the experience in the Corona crisis is precisely a big shift, a paradigm shift, because in the Romantic age, people like the poet Byron, they went to Greece to defend democracy and freedom in Greece. And they even died for this battle for freedom. Today, most of the citizens do just the opposite. They give away all the rights and freedoms to survive. So today, just naked life is for most people more important than freedom. So what we experience today, said in former times, many people said, I prefer to die in a dictatorship because I only want to live in a democracy. And today, majority of people think, no, I prefer to live in a dictatorship before I die because of democracy. So I think there's now a big shift happening, proved to us by Corona crisis. No, this is also a way of barbarian tendency. No?
Yeah, I hope. Well, yeah, I hope that people like James Lovelock, for example, have come out saying that that maybe what we need is a little less democracy in order to solve the ecological crisis, and that's a big voice in the community, of course. But I think what I'm trying to suggest is that an informed citizenship just has to go beyond what we classically inform ourselves of in the political sphere. The kind of machinations of power have really touched down in ways that affect everyone. And so it touched down to material climate and crises of environmental racism and water poisoning and things that just can't be ascribed to, I don't know, a political sphere anymore. So I hope that there's a new kind of democracy that I'm suggesting, not dictatorship, that has something along the lines of a kind of new epistemology that is not extractive, not solely oriented towards productivity in the industrial capitalist sense.
And this is actually a great remark, because I'm sorry I have to interrupt, but we have a very tight schedule. So I would like again to thank you very much for this great opening lecture for the symposium and for taking the time to discuss with us. And we hope to see you then at 6 o'clock at the concluding discussion. So thanks, Jamie. And now
Thank you very much.
I am very happy to pass over to Peter Weibel, who will introduce us to the next participant, Beth Novak. So welcome.
Yeah. So Beth Novak is again, I'm very grateful. She's sharing with us the expedition at the time. She's indeed very, very famous. She directs the governance lab at its MacArthur Research Network on opening governance at the New York City University. She's professor in technology, culture of society at the Center for Urban Science and Progress at New York University. She's also a fellow at the Institute for Public Knowledge. And New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy appointed her as the state's first chief innovation officer, and Chancellor on the Bundeskanzlerin Angela Merkel named her to her Digital Council, also digitale Beratung 2018. Sie arbeitet auch sie ist working for Rutgers University, She worked even for the White House as the first United States Deputy Chief Technology Officer, and she was the director of the White House Government Open Government Initiative under President Obama. She was appointed by Prime Minister David Cameron as her senior advisor for open government. And the Government Lab, she directs both a better governance program and lawmaking. So it's really an extremely expert in our questions. And finally, she's now also she coaches public entrepreneurs to learn to exercise democracy. So we have with that Novak, we have somebody who has really experienced for many, many years as consultant and as actor, as a researcher and scientist. So very welcome, Ms. Novak. Thank you for being part of this symposium. Thank you really deeply. Thank you.
Thank you very much for having me, and I'm only sorry not to be able to be in Vienna in person. When you invited me, having spent many happy years in Vienna where I studied for a long time, I was eager to come back. So this is not quite the equivalent, but I hope that you will grant me a rain check for a return visit. I'm going to attempt, if you don't mind, let me see. Oh, I wanted to be able to show some slides. Is that not an option?
Yes.
I've been
Screen
told
sharing is on.
Enabled from, oh, there we go. You have given me the power again. Thank you. We've returned to democracy here. Hopefully, can you see my screen?
Yeah, we see everything.
Very good, thank you. So I will just go through quickly some of these visuals as a way to introduce what I hope to talk about, which is what I wanted to do is to speak about some of the research we've been doing and the work in the last few years on the subject of what we call crowd law. It's a nickname that we've come up with, crowdsourcing plus law, to really talk about the democratization of the lawmaking process, which I think is so urgently necessary and has become even more apparently urgent as a result of coronavirus and the recent quarantines. So even before coronavirus, there was some, wanted to show you some survey data. This is from the US, but there's comparable data from Europe and elsewhere, is that at least in the US Congress, the Congress, as a result of funding cutbacks and staff cutbacks that have been very intentionally made, especially since the Reagan era, and subsequently in Congress, especially since the Republican takeover in 1992, there has been a systematic effort, if you will, to strip our lawmaking body of its ability to garner expertise and to have access to high quality information. So in an effort to put the primacy on political parties, there has been an effort really to cut back dramatically on the budget. So whereas the budget for the architect of the Capitol, for example, has gone up by close to 300%, the budget for things like staffing, expertise, our famous Congressional Research Service has gone dramatically down in recent years. As a result, all the survey data shows, let me see if I can go through this, that people feel they don't have access to adequate information, they don't have access to adequate staffing, they don't, as you see, have access to adequate policy expertise, they don't have the technology that they need to do their job. This is all based on survey data from staff and members of Congress that feel that the chamber is really incapacitated in its ability to make law in an effective way. And if we consider, and there was just some discussion previously about the epistemological nature of democracy, we do not have the knowledge basis that we need in our democracy to really make laws effectively. There's also a great disconnect between the way people participate in our lawmaking and legislative and our core democratic processes. Grassroots organizations send in mass emails. They all think this is extremely effective. When you ask members of the legislature how effective are those emails, they will tell you it's 3%. In other words, that's just one indicator of the incredible disconnect between ordinary people and the way that law is made. Arguably, ordinary people have little to no effect on the way that we make legislation in the United States. And let me skip ahead now to the similar data from the Interparliamentary Union, which is looking more globally at similar trends that people feel they just do not have the support they need in terms of information, in terms of knowledge, in terms of expertise, and particularly if you look at this number on citizen engagement, people would very much like to engage with citizens more, but there's very little support for doing so. There's very little capability. Now, let's fast forward for a minute to another domain and look at what's happening in the rest of the world. Recently, obviously, when the COVID-19 crisis emerged, a group called the Federation of American Scientists, a nonprofit, nonpartisan group representing science, not only in the United States, but globally, science policymaking, we worked together with them to create this project, which is located at covid19.fas.org, which what's behind this tool is a network of hundreds, 800 scientists who are answering questions that you can put in. If the public types in, what is coronavirus, or shall I wash my counters with vodka or drink vodka, or wash my counters with bleach or drink bleach, you can get an answer from one of 800 scientists that's posted to their knowledge base. It's a phenomenal example of what I would refer to as collective intelligence, of the ability of large groups of people, when working together and organized effectively, to be able to respond and develop knowledge collectively. The FAS is just one of 12 organizations that have created a short video about how they have used collective intelligence to respond to a crisis. At this course we've developed called covidcourse.thegovlab.org, all instances of which organizations are turning to a crowd of people, a large group of volunteers, to actually engage in solving of real problems in the world. So what if we imagine we took this concept of collective intelligence, we took these notions of participatory democracy that have worked so well in coronavirus to enable us to respond to public health challenges, and we were able to connect these better to the way that we actually govern? What if we could actually realize the ability for people with genuine expertise, like scientists, epidemiologists, the kinds of experts we've seen necessary to respond to this most recent health crisis? What if we could connect them to our lawmaking institutions, to our governing institutions in a more systematic way, to allow us to make higher quality legislation and ultimately to solve public problems and respond to the needs of our communities? So I'm very interested in this notion of how do we invigorate, perhaps we might say reinvigorate, but I would say invigorate participatory democracy using new technology in ways that allow us to create systematic conversations that go beyond voting once a year into more effective means of sharing expertise to lead to better outcomes in the way that we make decisions. So this is not just better inputs, not just better deliberation, but I think to really make these processes work, we have to be focused on what are the outcomes and outputs, what is the result in terms of problems solved, services delivered, legislation created. We have to be able to say that participatory democracy works better, is not just the right thing to do, but is actually the better thing to do. That's what led us to study this concept of crowd law, or what you might just call participatory lawmaking or civic engagement in lawmaking. And it is clearly, though the name is made up, it is not a new idea. There are well over 100 instances, and if you count participatory budgeting, there are now thousands of instances of crowd law taking place all around the world, many of which we're trying to track at this URL, catalog.crowd.law. What we do when we look at this phenomenon and how it's emerging around the world is what we try to do, and what we've seen in terms of what's been successful, is that those projects that work the best are those that are organized around the stage of lawmaking, the stage of governing that they are designed for. So the projects that don't succeed are the ones that are simply participation without any regard to the need of the institution. What we're interested in is the connection between the informational needs of the institution, whether it's to create the agenda, in other words, to articulate what problem is to be solved, what solutions are to be implemented, to actually draft something, to implement something, or to evaluate. When the participation process is well designed to meet the needs at that stage, we're seeing a lot of great success in terms of these experiments in participatory lawmaking. Probably most famous among them is, of course, the V-Taiwan project coming out of Taiwan, which is an instance of participatory lawmaking that's been running for the last 4 years, that has engaged over 250,000 people, both online and off, in now formulating 26 pieces of national legislation. Of the projects that they have attempted, where they have been wound up the machinery of public engagement in the lawmaking process, over 80% have led to legislation that has been implemented. Legislation that is arguably not only more effective because it's designed with the expertise and input of knowledgeable people on the ground, but which is more legitimate because it's done in a more participatory or democratic way. Let me go on to show you a couple of more examples from other stages of the lawmaking process. So when it comes to solution identification, there was a fabulous project that went on for several iterations in Brazil that was called the Governador Pergunta Project. Again, all of these, I should say, I've left the URL on the slide so you can see where to find them and read more. You can find this at congress.crowd.law. Was one of the largest instances of participatory democracy, over 100,000 people participating in Brazil in this process of developing solutions, again, using a simple online tool to assist in policy making at the state level. In this case, they did multiple iterations involving state services and public health services, but it's a fabulous example of how they engaged with people using not only new technology, some technology that I'll show you in a minute, but also in an effort to be inclusive of people who don't have access to technology, created vans, cars that would drive around with computers, providing access for people even in rural areas and areas without connectivity. Just 2 months ago in April, the French Parliament, in an effort to respond more effectively to coronavirus, launched a project called Le Jour d'Après, in which they're asking the population for solutions to some of the most vexing problems, public health problems and economic problems resulting from COVID-19, directly from the parliament. Over 60 members of parliament from different parties are participating in this process to actually engage people in solving the problems that have emerged from coronavirus. Of course, policymaking and lawmaking have a very strong drafting component. Any ideas or solutions we come up with, we always have to memorialize them in text. And that's where the example, again, Brazil has been very far out ahead. You may remember that many years ago, they used citizen engagement to draft their new Internet Bill of Rights, the Marco Civil da Internet. This was again copied in France later, but they have since expanded those efforts in a project they call WikiLegis, where now any member of parliament can essentially use a wiki and invite the public to participate in drafting legislation. People can also incidentally propose legislation. That's another project called Mudamos that has almost 1 million people are signed up for this app to propose legislation to the parliament. Again, the French are doing something similar with Parlement et Citoyen. And many of these are taking advantage of simple and free annotation tools like Hypothesis, like Rap Genius, that are widely and freely available. Even the Germans, not known for being, known for being the home of Max Weber and the originators of bureaucracy, were willing to take their federal government artificial intelligence strategy. This is the English version, but they put it up in both English and in German using Hypothesis, and then sought annotations and help with drafting the policy from experts all around the world in the strategy that they enacted last year. So let me breeze through a couple more examples before I talk about some of the challenges. Obviously, we also have to talk about then, when we talk about lawmaking or we talk about any kind of policymaking process, how do we implement that? So now, not only how do we come up with ideas, or how do we draft them into proposals, but what do we actually do with regard to implementing them? We've seen lots of examples, including in Austria, with participatory budgeting. I'm choosing an example here from Iceland because Reykjavik has over 20% of the population actively participating in participatory budgeting, deciding on which projects will get implemented and helping to develop the processes for implementation. This is a platform called I've forgotten the name of the platform. I'm sorry, too early I haven't had my coffee yet. It's called the Active Citizens Foundation that's developed the platform, and it's called Better Reykjavik. That's the name of it, and there it is in Icelandic. But finally, in the last stage, very often, especially in the lawmaking process, what we're concerned with is oversight and evaluation. So whether it's the US Congress or here, the UK Parliament, what committees often do is, of course, to provide oversight and accountability over the executive branch, checking on what the president or the prime minister or the executive does. What they do often in the UK is they initiate what they call an evidence check. They ask an agency of the federal branch to articulate what evidence, what was the science or evidence or data on which a policy was based, and then they post that on the web. And they ask stakeholders, whether it's scientists and university professors or members of the public or members of interest groups, to comment on that evidence and its reliability as the basis of a policy. In Chile, they have been running focus groups in their legislature for many years now. These are primarily offline, and this year have moved to online focus groups, where what they do is they gather together citizens to ask about the impact of a law. How is it actually working in practice? Is the law achieving its desired purpose? Is it having the effect for real people that it was intended when it was written? So they actually have this process of evaluation of the law after the fact. Again, in Brazil, they've been doing some of this with a project called Promise Tracker to engage people in actually evaluating effectiveness. Okay, let me just spend my last couple of minutes talking about and phrasing some of the obvious challenges with these processes. It is all very well and good to talk about evolution and innovation in terms of participatory lawmaking. But right now, what we've seen with coronavirus is that legislatures have had even a basic problem just functioning. So Brazil, again, has been very far out ahead because they've invested ahead of time, and so they have been able to function virtually. But you may have seen in plenty of places, whether it's Mexico or Hungary, their legislature, and even in the US, the legislature for a long time effectively shut down altogether. So we have been looking at this concept of continuity of legislatures and how they have been turning to new technology in some cases to operate, or in other cases not. Spain, for example, has had the technology in place since 2012, but does not have the constitutional framework to allow them to operate virtually in the way that they need to. Germany has faced the same challenge where, again, politically, it has been viewed as undesirable to move towards online functioning despite the demands of the pandemic. So it is very optimistic to think that we are going to have widespread participatory lawmaking before we can even figure out how to get members of Congress or parliaments or legislatures online. Secondly, many of these platforms do not work well. I mentioned before the idea of designing a platform in a way that works well for the institution and is effectively designed. You may have seen the fact that Madrid was very far out ahead in developing a participatory lawmaking platform called Decide Madrid. It had over 400,000 people signed up. It was a wonderful civil society project, but because of legal and other constraints, it was not designed in a way that worked for the legal rules of the city council. As a result, none of that participation translated into new forms of lawmaking. In fact, there was despite the fact they had 400,000 people on the platform, no new law was made as a result of this. And when the political party changed in Madrid in the last election, the whole project has essentially been abandoned. Whoopsie. Let me go back here. There's also the challenge with many of these projects that you can have a participatory governance or lawmaking process. And if you simply say, hey, who wants to show up? People don't necessarily come. It's hard to recruit the right people to participate. And it can be difficult to get a diverse people to participate. In Estonia, because their online process was leading only to certain demographics, in other words, white men of a certain age were the only participants, they added a representative face-to-face process in order to ensure more diversity. But especially in the wake of the Black Lives Matter protests and the protests against racism, we're all much more attuned to the fact that it is not enough to simply say anybody can show up. What we have to do is actively take steps to make sure that the people who show up, are actually diverse. That means we have to do very hard thinking about what kind of participatory processes we actually want to create. Obviously, for many, many years, the way we've thought about democracy has been rooted in the concept of voting as the core and essence of what it means to practice democracy. But as we've seen, I think, from so many of these examples, we can do more and we can do better than voting. That, however, may not be the referendum. That is not always the effective process for governing. Again, it's a values decision about what is the right choice. Many people are proponents of what are sometimes called sortition models. And in Belgium, They have been very active now, including in their legislatures, with instituting sortition, in other words, representative samples, small groups of citizens, citizen juries, who are tied to parliamentary committees to participate in lawmaking. But there are those who would say, for example, Rosalind Fuller in her new book on democracy is very critical of the sortition model and saying that in large-scale countries, in big countries, it's not enough to have participation limited to 12 people or 24 people or a few people. And we really have to be thinking about these larger scale, broader examples of how we can get many more people participating. So that's why we've done a lot of work looking at what are some of these experiments and other models. I want to point you to the research, which you can find both at crowd.law and at congress.crowd.law. Again, the one designed for Congress was really meant to make some of that research very accessible in simple terms, with videos and one-page descriptions designed for lawmakers and their staff rather than long research descriptions. There are videos up on the site, explanation about how to engage with people, videos, again, not just from us explaining it, but from many of the practitioners around the world talking about these experiments, and then much longer written descriptions, including longer, more academic case studies describing it. So let me close by saying that when I was in Vienna, I spent many years there studying the 1920s, the Zwischenkriegszeit in Austria, looking at the life of a man named Hugo Bettauer. You probably haven't heard of him, except that a street is named for him that you might have walked by that has a good coffee shop and a better bakery. I studied Hugo Bettauer because I was very concerned about the political culture of 1920s, very concerned about the political culture of 1920s Austria. This is his most famous book that he wrote, a satirical novel written in 1922 called Die Stadt ohne Juden. Bettauer was a bellwether for the time. He was a liberal who wrote about racism, who wrote about homosexuality, who wrote about psychoanalysis, who wrote about the rights of young people. And he was, as you may know, murdered in the first organized and official Nazi murder in Austria in 1925, prior to which he had been tried for what I assume many people here are German speaking, were called Sittendelikten in 1924. And he was really condemned not only by the right, but also by the left, because he went against the grain then of very rigidly stratified political party culture. He was fundamentally a liberal and a Democrat and somebody who was trying to propose individual rights and civil liberties. In the case of the 20s, his message and the message of so many people failed in the face of political institutions that were too inflexible to respond, and which ended up succumbing initially to clerico-fascism and then to Nazism. So I'm inspired in my looking at crowd law and looking at these experiments in participatory democracy to say we must avoid having rigid political institutions. We have to evolve in how we do things to create lawmaking that works not for the 20th and the 19th or the 20th century, but now for the 21st. And let me stop with that.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Nobeck. Thank you, Professor Nobeck, for your profound and positive lecture. First of all, I'm very grateful that you end with Hugo Bettauer, because it's really a case showing how institutions, how even democratic institutions can fail. I know his novel very well, because it was prophetic. 20 years later, the city was without Jews. And as you said, he was even murdered because of this liberal position. So it's a very, very important reminder. I'm very grateful for your idea about what you have written in the crowd law manifesto, because all your arguments show that we have a chance to really improve democracy. But when we include the citizens, when we give them a chance to participate in lawmaking, I think this is very important, because it's a moment, representative democracy is very weak, because we can only vote. We don't vote agenda, we only vote a party. The party says, this is my agenda, but we cannot influence the agenda. What we do is we are voting for a party, and then for the rest of the years, the party are doing whatever they want. So since many decades, there's a critique of intellectuals and even of many artists in Germany, like Joseph Beuys. Joseph Beuys always said, we don't live in democracy, we live in a party democracy. So he was one of the first, he was one of the founders of the Green movement, of the Green Party, and criticizing heavily. He was speaking about direct democracy, a directly organized democracy. So from artists to intellectuals, we know that we have to invent a democracy beyond voting. And also because you have described very correctly the delay. When there's, and mostly what you see now by coronavirus, the delay between the analysis of situation and when the government acts and when we have no directions what to do. In this time delay, there is a catastrophic time where we have many people who could have been saved, who could stay healthy if the government would have reacted earlier. Even when the government would have listened to experts and even could have prevented this crisis. So we see we see this also in the financial crisis some years ago. So that the government, as this is now, the institutions react too delayed. And since they're not protecting us of catastrophes, they're even part of the catastrophe. So I think it's very encouraging that you're arguing for a kind of participatory democracy or deliberative democracy. I would like that you continue a little bit in this direction, please.
Sure. Sorry. Was that, should I continue or do you want to?
Please.
Yeah. So I think, so thank you for the comments very much. I want to just make two things clear, or let me say more complicated. There have been, so first I think that the notion of direct democracy we've seen is very problematical. The efforts, for example, in Madrid to create more direct democracy, in other words, we should do everything through a popular vote. We know that when it comes to complex crises and complex notions of governance, we do need expertise is very important. At the same time, and direct democracy has other complicating features in terms of our worry about majority or majoritarian rule, abuses of minorities. So it's not, so I think that we're on the one hand, pure direct democracy is not as effective. And we can have longer, I mean, this is a more complicated topic than we have, I think we have 1 minute. On the other hand, Churchill famously said, experts should be on tap, but not on top. There has been a great deal of concern about excessive technocratic control, excessive expertise. And I think the answer is we don't have all the answers and we don't have all the right models yet. We know we need to do better than voting. We know we need better expertise and information, but we also need more experiments with ways of balancing values and expertise in the way that we make decisions. What I'm excited about, what makes me optimistic, is that technology gives us a way to do more experiments because we really don't have the answer. There isn't one way to do things. And we saw, even just to sort of bring back the Betauer example, the difficulty was the balance between the kind of party political view and the liberal view. And the truth is somewhere in between that takes advantage of both aspects. And I'm just excited that there's so much experimentation going on. My hope is that coronavirus has created more energy around experimentation, that there's been more move to invest in new technology and to try new things. In some places, in others, again, it's just caused everybody to become more conservative, to grab more power, to close the doors to participation, to give up on governance and go hire McKinsey to run the crisis, as we've seen in so many governments. Because we don't know what to do. So I think your comments are spot on about both expertise and direct democracy, but I would say the answer is something we have a lot of work to do to figure out.
Thank you for your critique of the concept of direct democracy. And you described it correctly. We need more complex mechanisms that we can direct democracy in the future. One little remark at the end, you mentioned Weber and the German bureaucracy. And I only want to confirm how right you are, because the most important and successful export product of Germany was not a car, not Mercedes-Benz. It was bureaucracy. And there's a special one, Bureaucratic Act. Germany invented 1896 the famous Society of Limited Responsibility, GmbH. So this, all the economies of the world are now all societies of limited responsibility. In France, it is called Société Anonyme. This was an invention from Germany, a very irresponsible invention. I would say, I hope that maybe in 1 year we can welcome you in Vienna in person, because we want to make another conference on similar subjects, and we will try our very best that you have time and you could come back to Vienna and see what you have, how Vienna has changed since the time when you started there. I look very much forward.
The wonderful thing about Vienna is how little it changes. So I hope nothing has changed.
Okay.
but I'm sure even that's not true. As long as my company is still there.
It's a very famous slogan. Everything should change, but please, everything should stay as it is. Thank you so much. I look forward to seeing you in Vienna. Thank you for your very instructive lecture. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will close now.
So our next speaker is Hito Steierl.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Hito.
Oh, very interesting. Very interesting picture.
Yes.
Okay, understand. Very good picture. I would like to introduce Hito Steierl a little bit and to make a long story very short. As you know, there are many rankings in the world. The positions of the artists are ranked, and there are some rankings in the world where Hito Steierl is #1 artist. And this is due to the fact that she has participated in the most famous art exhibitions, like the Documenta in Kassel, like the Biennale in Venice 2015, and the sculpture project in Münster 2017. And she has a long career as a filmmaker, as a documentary filmmaker, and a very long career as installation artist in the most important places in the world, from Museo Nacional de Arte Reina Sofía in Madrid to the Museum of Contemporary Art in Los Angeles, in the Art Gallery of Toronto and Art Gallery of Ontario in Toronto, etc., etc. I think, but what is also very important to know, Hito Steierl is a philosopher and a writer, and her book, Duty-Free Art, is published at MIT Press. MIT Press is one of the 3 best scientific publishers in the world. So Hito Steierl is not only an artist, a filmmaker, an installation artist, is also a brilliant philosophical writer. And since many years, she is very critical in the field which we discussing today. What is the role of digital tools in our society? And therefore, I'm very happy that Hito Steierl was agreed to share her time and her expertise with us. Thank you, Hito Steierl.
Thank
and
you.
You see already how the picture, how she is conserving her anonymity.
Well, thank you very much for the most generous and also slightly exaggerated introduction. You cannot see me, and I would structure my lecture around the question why that is, but also what does it mean to put your face on the internet, especially on the internet as it exists. Literally, I think I do not have a face now because my face has been kidnapped. How was that? In 2016, my name popped up in a compendium which was called MS Celeb. And MS Celeb was a Microsoft database of portraits and names of 100,000 people who just happened to be on the internet. And by the way, this is not my own research. This is information by my colleagues Adam Harvey and Jules Laplace, which I'm now quoting. And I'm going to share my screen with you. This is just a tiny fraction of the people whose names and
pictures were basically kidnapped within this database, which was, by the way, used to improve facial recognition by machine vision. So it was basically a training set to train AIs to recognize people. And the people that were included into this database is, as you can see, for example, Cory Doctorow, Morozov, Grenwald, my colleagues Laura Poitras, Trevor Paglen. I have to say, in fact, I would be very, very grumpy if I wasn't included in that list, because actually it seems to be an honor to be included into it. But anyway, so what is this list actually for? If your name was mentioned on this list, Microsoft would encourage researchers to download your face from the internet, to build a biometric profile, of course, and to train neural networks not only to identify, but also to classify and to categorize you. So basically my image also had become part of this training set for facial recognition algorithms. What was it used for? And who used it? And it turns out there were several institutions and people who actually did use this data set. For example, it was used to improve and optimize racial classification. This is another data set based on MS Celeb, which is called Racial Faces in the Wild. I'm not joking. And this takes MS Celeb as a base to sort of categorize, identify, and classify people into 4 subsets, as you can see: Caucasian, Asian, Indian, and African, each with 3,000 subjects apparently, in order to avoid bias. Okay, so this is the, let's call it a pretext why this database is being made in order to avoid bias and thus identify people, non-white people, let's put it very bluntly, more precisely by machine vision. And of course, many police departments in the world are just waiting and hoping for face recognition to be optimized for non-majority faces. And this is, of course, also exactly what seems to have happened with the research coming out of MS Celeb, because it turned out that this research has been used by a company called SenseTime, which until April 2019, according to the Financial Times, provided surveillance to Chinese authorities to monitor and track Uyghur Muslims. And this company has already been flagged numerous times as having potential links to human rights violations. So the reason you cannot see me is that my face apparently has been kidnapped and taken away, not only to optimize machine vision for racial classification, but this optimization was also immediately put into practice to identify and surveil members of the Uyghur minority in China. And just the fact of my existence on the internet was apparently enough to turn my face into a tool of literal discrimination wielded by a real existing digital autocracy. And we have been discussing similar incidents for at least a decade now, by the way, mainly in relation to Western governments and corporate surveillance, which one definitely should not forget while speaking of China's AI optimized surveillance method. I just want to remind the debates around Cambridge Analytica, Facebook, and their connection to both Brexit and Trump's election in the US. Now, broadly, there have been 2 camps among critics, one of which held the opinion that one has to improve technology to be more inclusive and less biased, which the Uyghur identification mechanisms, of course, fully comply with. And the other camp has always said that bias, racial bias in this case, is not a bug, but a feature of these systems. It's not about having less bias, but it's about having less surveillance, or actually no surveillance capitalism altogether. It's not about optimizing the system, but breaking it apart. So this is basically the past, or as one might call it, the ancient future, because in the recent months, both of my predecessors have mentioned, of course, all these debates have been pushed to the background because of the COVID-19 pandemic. And suddenly there was this huge new push to go digital, which was very rational in a way, of course, as the internet had suddenly become part of public health in a much wider sense. Of course, during lockdown, it turned out that online communication was an important factor for public health since it enables social distancing and so on and so on. I mean, this conference is, of course, an example of this. And this also led to this whole variety of online phenomena, sudden increase in video conferencing, many cultural and also partly educational activities suddenly shifting online, while also becoming completely rather oblivious, let's put it like this, of the fact that this sphere is where surveillance capitalism has been thriving for the past decades. So, of course, one also has to mention that whole sectors turned out to be unable, and some of them also unwilling to perform this shift because a lack of digital access, but also for the other ones who supposedly had access, the question is really access to what? And the answer is to a deeply compromised and commodified corporate arena, which sort of masquerades as a new public sphere. And in this sphere, your face would potentially be used to track and identify members of minorities across the globe, among many other things. And Zoom, which is the platform which we are now being broadcasted on, is a case in point. Is well known that it, of course, did share data with Facebook. It hoped to share them with law enforcement more broadly. It kicked Tiananmen activists off its platform. It did share personal data with third-party advertisers. It was and is still able to use video content to develop facial recognition. It was also able to gain access to users' webcams and so on and so on. I mean, the list is much longer, much longer. It's also very boring. I don't want to bore you with that. The pattern is that every time a new, let's say, privacy breach or flaw is uncovered, Zoom quickly fixes it until the next one is uncovered, and then it gets fixed, and again, and so it goes. So until now, it seems to be just more of the same, just that people now have much less of a choice avoiding online communication. To some degree, it has become a matter of life and death. And this is something new here, finally, in relation to Zoom, which I would consider to be basically the only artistic innovation that came out of the COVID pandemic until now, which is the phenomena of Zoom bombing, which has become some sort of alt-right performance art, which has been, is still sometimes performed on Zoom, which basically consists of Nazis and anti-Semites hacking into conferences to flash swastikas and their dicks and racial slurs and whatnot, which I thought was really interesting because I think this really sort of makes very clear the kind of public sphere we find ourselves in using these tools, which is precisely not a public sphere, but an exhibitionist pubic sphere. And I'm really fascinated by what this pubic sphere is about. I mean, I'm really hoping for the point in time when I finally get Zoom bombed, because I really would like to do a sort of live analysis of how Zoom bombing relates to transgressivist theater tactics, 70s performance art. There's a long line of presumably shock tactics deploying nudity in both, let's say, ranging from something like Viennese action art to a long tradition of stage exhibitionism and so on, which have for a long time now lost their emancipatory value and partly gone over to the right wing. And one could claim all of these as art historical predecessors for Zoom bombing. But also, as I said before, one can clearly see the sphere that many people are forced to enter because right now it can be a question of life and death. This sphere is not a public sphere, but literally a pubic sphere ruled by optimization, expropriation, transgressivity, and collusion with autocracy. So let me come to a conclusion. It's very simple. Instead of this pubic sphere, which has basically invaded the whole realm of online communication, many of us are now inhabiting because of pandemia. Instead of this pubic sphere, we need a digital public sphere. Pandemia has very clearly shown that this has become a matter of public health. And one also has to insist that this public sphere is, of course, not only important online, but also IRL, in guise of public buildings, spaces, libraries, forums, universities, and so on. It's not about digital versus IRL. It's about public versus pubic. I ask myself, if we imagine the space of the digital quarantine as a city, then it would turn out that in this city, there are only shopping malls, and I think only 5 of them, right? And they directly tunnel into prisons and detention camps with PR front ends. In this city, there are no parks, there is no commons. I'm not even sure there is a library, or maybe there is just Amazon. Which leads me to the idea of the political space, which corresponds to this kind of pubic space. And I was trying to go back to Hannah Arendt's idea of the political sphere as a space of appearance, a space of freedom, blah, 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 and so on, which is opposed. And all these ideas have many problems, but anyway, I'm going to quote them now in the interest of getting somewhere else. This political sphere is opposed to a domesticized public sphere, which is the arena of production, of necessity, of women, of slaves, and so on. And I'm asking myself, keeping this division by Hannah Arendt in mind, what is then the political sphere, the political world, which corresponds to what we see here as a pubic sphere? What is it? What kind of rights or lack of rights is associated to these spaces? And I think that's really the kind of crucial question here. To summarize, as I said, there are 2 ways to react to such situation. One is to keep optimizing it. You know, if there is a problem, you fix it, you keep fixing it. You try to somehow minimize the bugs to be more inclusive, and so on and so on. Or B, to just change the system. And if there's any good news with pandemia, then that it has greatly expanded our views of what's currently possible. Mostly for bad, but sometimes also for good. A lot of things seem possible now, which no one even remotely thought possible a while ago. So for example, to come back to my previous example, I don't think that there needs to be any number of small fixes in order to optimize racial classification. There just needs to be no racial classification. We also don't need, optimized Fitbits to upload health tracking data, but instead we need a public health service for everyone, which includes, of course, the option of being able to avoid health risks within a digital public sphere, including safe education for everyone, as well as the possibility to work online without your face being pirated for sinister purposes. And this includes, of course, a basic income for those who needed access to health and education services, as I said, as well as a public digital sphere, which includes ideas of data sovereignty based on principles of platform cooperatism and common digital and physical infrastructure. That's it.
Thank you very much, Hito Steyerl, for this amazing lecture. I would like to ask you a question regarding the responsibility or the potential of social media in the creation of this digital public sphere you were talking about, especially because in your show, which is in the Kunsthalle in Vienna right now, Instagram, you show Instagram as an agent in making the public sphere private. So maybe you could talk a little bit about the potentials of also reverting this process into something which is actually protecting us, and if you think social media has a responsibility or a potential in this process.
Yes, I mean, essentially, I've given up on social media, period. I mean, there is no redemption. I'm sorry. One just needs ways to avoid these things altogether, because I don't think they can be reformed or even hacked or repurposed. I think I have tried to keep some kind of optimistic attitude towards them for quite too long. And now I'm just giving up on that. They need to be expropriated, period.
Okay.
So I'm also, Hito Steyerl, very impressed by your precise knowledge. And I would say you described many phenomena very correctly. For example, to summarize it, you showed the dark side of our information society and of our information sphere. You showed that we are living in this famous surveillance capitalism from Zuboff, how Zuboff defined it. We're living in a surveillance capitalism, and you think that everything what we experience today is just a masquerade of public sphere. This is a very important statement, which we have to investigate further in the next years. First of all, how deep this masquerade of public sphere is, and how can we get out of this masquerade, if it's possible. You showed also correctly that many activities from avant-garde artists from the 60s and 70s have lost the utopian and emancipatory impulse and have turned to the more or less conservative right-wing part of our society. But you mentioned, very importantly, that we have now forced by the coronavirus, by COVID virus, into the online universe, because now it's really about matter of life and death. So I think this is a kind of escape button, when I understand you correctly, that you see, okay, we have online education, telecommunication, we have online communication like now. So as I say always in my theory, you have a group which is concerned with proxy studies, correctly?
Yes, yes.
I'm more concerned about the study of telecommunication. How can we use telecommunication? Because I see that our society, our civilization is changing from proxy society, of a society of proximity, to a society of telecommunication. How can we be sure that the valid regulations of the proximity society can blossom also in telecommunication society? You showed us, is when you said, I have given up with social media, that you're very pessimistic. But at the same time, you said precisely, we could not avoid, we had to move into the online universe, in the online communication. Therefore, I ask you, do you think we have a chance to turn online communication also in a democratic and communication where we have freedom an intimate emancipation like we had it in earlier periods?
I'm not so sure about the earlier periods, but of course, yes, we need to try to reclaim the sphere or to claim it in the first place. And I think the emphasis and the focus needs to be on infrastructure. You know, just as you know, previously people were asking themselves about the tools of production. So now we have to ask ourselves about who do the tools for representation belong to? You know, what kind of infrastructures are they based on? In a previous lecture, I was describing my desperate attempts to get an internet connection which does not have to go through one of those quasi monopolists that are basically dominating the market. There is no way to bypass them, even though the backbone is still a public utility. You have to go through them. Equally, if you go on social media, there is no way to bypass the quasi-monopoly, no? So I think I don't have a sort of unified strategy because this is not realistic. It needs to be tackled from many different perspectives, from the perspective basically of whatever works, you know, whether this is regulation, expropriation, of course, the building of alternative infrastructures. I think all of this has to be done at the same time, just for something to succeed.
So I see, I'm very grateful that you said we have really to reclaim freedom and democracy also in the online universe. And I agree with you, we have to destroy the monopoly of these big fives there. And I always say in Germany, it's easier to say, we have destroyed the wall in Berlin. But I always say in German, we have also to destroy the Mauer from Microsoft. We have also to destroy the walls of the people who monopolize the infrastructure. We have to, as you said, the tools of production, how it was called in the 19th century, must also be, this battle must be renewed in the 21st century. Otherwise, as I said, the moment we cannot bypass the monopols of information. But I think for the future, if we want to have democracy, an additional democracy instead of additional dictatorship, we have to start this battle. And I think that in your writings and your artwork, you really help us to understand the necessity of this battle. And I think it's very interesting, your idea that we don't live in a public sphere, that we live in a pubic sphere. Maybe you have some moments to discuss a little bit further your idea. What do you mean with pubic sphere?
Oh, this is an old idea of mine, which came when I read through pirated DVD covers. And the pirated DVD covers were just a mashup of different things. And they also stated the right of pubification of the media involved. So I thought this was pretty funny. It hinted to a sort of informal sphere, which at that time was pretty much amorphous and shapeless, but which I think now has been reclaimed as a political sphere, that it's very much pushed into what Hannah Arendt described as domestic conditions, meaning conditions of disenfranchisement, of basically detention in the private sphere without the possibility of access to the political sphere. And I think that the sphere we are in right now, the online communication sphere, is a pubic sphere in that sense, that its structures are very much invisibilized, and it's basically more or less wall-to-wall private.
So does that mean, when I understand you correctly, so the difference between digital and analog is always a masquerade. But beneath we have the difference between public and pubic, correct?
Yes, yeah, of course. I mean, it's not about now moving everything into a digital public sphere. We also need to maintain the basically physical public sphere that still exists, and it does still definitely exist in forms of universities, hospitals, squares, and so on and so on. Not in every country, definitely not, but where it exists, it needs to be maintained. We also have to see that, for example, through this huge online push now, there's a danger of some managements deciding that, for example, physical university spaces are no longer going to be necessary, that basically in-person teaching is no longer going to be necessary because you can just watch tutorials on YouTube and so on and so on. So it's not about, juxtaposing the digital to the physical, but really the public to the non-public or pubic.
Okay, so to summarize it, we could say in the analog or physical world, we had a public political sphere. But now, in the digital world, virtual world, we have not yet a public sphere. We have a non-public or a minimum of pubic sphere.
Well,
this is the equation, no?
Yes, yeah, okay. But in the analog world, we didn't have, we did have a public sphere. It was not accessible to everyone, right?
Okay.
I mean, there were still some problems, a lot of them actually, also in the analog world. But in the digital sphere, these problems have rather expanded, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank
you so much.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay. So we will continue now with our next speaker, with Sarah Spiekermann. Professor Weibel, will you introduce her?
Yeah. Sarah Spiekermann is a well-known scientist, author, advisor on digital ethics, and chair of the Institute for Information Systems and Society at the Vienna University of Economics and Business. That's very good that somebody speaking from economics and business sphere. She published several books. One is very famous, Digital Ethics, a value system for the 21st century. Another one published 2015, Ethical IT Innovation, a value-based system design approach. And then also a network of control. And she has a blog which is called The Ethical Machine. It's a magazine, Standard Etzer, and it's the advisory board of the Austrian Digitalization Agency. Thank you for sharing your expertise and your time with us.
I hope you hear me. Do you hear me well?
Yeah.
So I would like to share my screen, and I hope this is possible. Let me just tell me whether you see here a slide.
Everything is fine. We see your screen. Yeah?
Wonderful. So I make it a little bit bigger. And perhaps my talk is then to stay with the vocabulary of the former speaker, how the cubic sphere is invading the leftovers of our analogical public sphere. So what I would like to share with you today is the following. I'm wondering if you look at the slide here, and the title says, what do these movements, these protests that we now see on our streets have in common? So you see here Black Lives Matter, Friday for Future, I to take the yellow vests, Extinction Rebellion, protests against migrants. So protests all over the scene of our public space, yeah? And I would say that they are sharing a concept that Zsuzsanna Zuboff is calling footfall. What is footfall? My thesis is that the scale of protests that we currently see is manipulated in the background. It's manipulated by what we call personal data markets. And I would like to explain this. Actually, the drawing that you see here on the slide, the original version of this drawing is coming from Zsuzsanna Zuboff's book on surveillance capitalism. And since I'm teaching internet economics, business informatics, also a little bit of e-marketing, I have completed that picture a little bit. And I would like to walk you through it to show what's actually happening right now, technically and in the business world. And you see here the dynamics basically in the lower part is that originally we are used to using technical services. Let's take a service like the Alexa speech assistant that some people are buying now. You would think, oh, it's okay, the speech assistant is recording people's voices, and then with this data, with this voice data, it can improve the service. At some point, it can even comprehend an accent and so on. Yeah, so you think the data is being used in order to improve the service. But what is really happening, and what Zsuzsanna Zuboff shows, is that actually the information is traveling upwards to a network. And there, at the background, it's being shared with a lot of other services that are pooling personal data. And then suddenly the voice data from this kind of agent is, let's say, pooled with databases that know where we are, where we live, what kind of house we are in. And it's pooled with our mobile phone data. Very interesting. How do I feel today can not only be taken from our voice, whether we are very engaged or whether we are lame that day, but it can also be inferred from the way our smartphones move in our pockets. Or our smartphones also record where we are going and whether we have been visiting a retail store and so on. So what is happening where we stand right now is that probably about 30 to 40,000 data points are accumulated about us in real time on so-called data management platforms. We never heard about them, called Oracle, BlueQuai, Equifax, I don't know, all kinds of names that we don't even know about, in addition to the Facebooks of this world and Google. And what is then happening is that in these massive pools of data, where all of who we are psychologically, socially thinking, so-called inferences are being calculated about us. So certain types of who we are. Are we the religious type? Are we the esoteric type? Are we the Black Lives Matter type, or rather the Extinction Rebellion type? Are we the type of person who wants to buy a certain shampoo and so on? So there are a lot of inferences being made about us. And traditionally, like let's say until a few years from now, also until a few years back, these inferences, they were only being used for marketing purposes. All this data accumulation and collection was only done for marketing purposes. In order to have these inferences about it, this is here sect number 2, die Ableitungen, and then to say, okay, with this knowledge, we can actually predict that we can predict that someone is going to buy a shampoo or an expensive shampoo because perhaps he's a person who wants to have that particular product. And so the inference was being sold to a company that would be interested to then send an ad to that person with a certain psychological or physical or sociological trait. So this is a cycle that has been developed for advertisement markets to aggregate massive amounts of information about us, infer things about us, then sell those inferences on prediction, as prediction products on markets for future behavior, future purchase behavior originally, and then suddenly we see an ad on our Facebook screen. This is how it has worked and developed. And the claim I'm doing about politics and footfall is now that exactly this cycle is being abused for political reasons. So what is happening is that we aggregate a lot of data points and then we infer of what type of person is this politic. Yeah? Is it someone who would be likely, we predict him to be likely to go to an Extinction Rebellion protest? Or is this person likely to go to a Black Lives Matter protest? or is this person likely to go on a Monday evening to the city center of Stuttgart, a small German town, and go to rebel against the police there? So because we know where the people are physically, where they live and so on, which is all aggregated in the personal data markets, we can have these predictions of who in a certain location, city at certain times is likely to go out. And then we can nudge those people onto our streets. And the moment that someone entered a physical store to buy a shampoo, we called it footfall. And now, as the people are going to a protest, we can also call it footfall, because footfall means that you as a recipient of the digital message actually do what is expected of you. Footfall means that the manipulation has worked and you have shown up on the place. And my hypothesis that I wanted to share with you today is that when we see protests on various matters in our streets today, we do not only see people who have a lot of energy after they have been sitting through Corona times in their apartments. The scale of protests we see is not normal. And what I believe is happening is that these personal data markets, the cycle here that I just explained, is right now being abused in order to steer public upheaval. It has been done before. The kind of manipulation of and usage of personal data markets and distributions through social networks like Facebook has happened in the context of the Trump election, and it is today said to be the reason why Trump was finally elected. They calculated that swing voters in certain states with a narcissistic trait would be likely to go voting for Trump if they see an ad like Crooked Witch Hillary ads. Yeah? They tested that. That's called A/B testing, having a look at whether a certain psychological trait has to see a certain ad and then not only buy something, but go and vote in a certain way. Or in the Trump election, they found out that specific Catholic and religious people of a certain profile would go and vote for Trump if they see a fake news called the Pope Francis would also vote for Trump. So we have a complex psychological profile. You infer that a Catholic would do something like that, and then you send them the message and they go and vote for Trump. Same thing happened with Brexit. They knew that a certain breed of people which have very low political understanding and knowledge, when they see an ad which says basically that Turks are invading the UK, they go and vote for Brexit. And I would like to, what my impression is right now is that we are seeing these kinds of mechanisms happening right now. This is the reason why in Hamburg, you don't have 1,000 or 2,000 people going to a Black Lives Matters protest, but 50,000 or 100,000 in Hamburg, excuse me. The normal reach would have been a few thousand, but not at that scale. And the scale, you can only reach it if you abuse the personal data markets with their advertising marketing machinery. Only then you can get the scale. And that is, I think, what is happening right now. And you might be wondering, but why and who could be interested in sending, I don't know, 100,000 people for a Black Lives Matters protest, and the next day 500 radical people in Stuttgart to protest against the police in Stuttgart, yeah? And I have another hypothesis on this. When putting the puzzle stones together, these are very good and serious books. Yeah, it's not like an esoteric kind of literature on the side. If you put the puzzle pieces together, there are forces in the background right now. For example, Steve Bannon is frequenting circles called traditionalists. And these are very close, for instance, to Russians, yeah, or to Chinese who want to legitimize their political system and want to legitimize why they have their political system and don't want to embrace democracy. And the War for Eternity, for instance, spells out how traditionalists actually want to fight institutions. They want to break democratic institutions. And this is a very important message for them. This is why Trump, for instance, goes ahead and fights against World Health Organization and tries to bring down all kinds of institutions in his country, because the belief is you have to break the institutions. And you have to now radicalize people against the state. You have to radicalize a nurse in France against the state. So I don't know whether you have followed that political message where they have these extremely aggressive protests in their streets against the state. And these people behind would have both the knowledge, the money, and the interest to pay for the footfall that I think we are seeing on our streets. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you so much, Professor Spiekermann. It looks like a perfect sequel to the lecture of Guido Steil. No? You gave another deep example, no? About the dark side of social media. Precisely as you said, we see how the public analog sphere turned into the public digital sphere, because what you showed us is really shocking. That a left-wing idea of protest is turned into a marketing strategy for right-wing. So what already has been said by Guido Steil, that strategies from the 60s, emancipatory and utopian strategies, now have turned to the opposite. So we see protest is a kind of advertising, is a kind of instrument for propaganda, even for right-wing propaganda. And I think, as you said correctly, there are a lot of people behind it and can manage this, as you said, data management platforms. And now, you are correctly, suddenly we have, even in Vienna, we had about 50,000 people. I don't even remember, they protested against what? Because what is a protest in Vienna? Was it also for Black Lives Matter?
It was Black Lives Matter, yes.
Yeah, 50,000. It was impossible amount of people, which was the protest against the right-wing government in Austria 10 years ago did not show up 50,000 people. There was maybe 5,000 people. So it's a very informative subject you are bringing up. That today we have some tools that we turn protest into a kind of marketing and advertising instrument. And as you described correctly, from footfall from Shoshana Zuboff, this has turned from commerce into political sphere, precisely public to public sphere. Thank you.
If you want to recap what I said, this morning I posted this story on the Standard.at on my blog.
Yeah.
I can put it in the chat for you to find.
Okay.
We can put it on a website then and link to it. But maybe that would be really nice. But maybe can I ask a very obvious question, to you? Do you think that there is any way we can evade the footfall as an individual to not become part of this cycle and to keep our faces, so to say?
I actually give recommendation in my blog. I tell people to first of all question who made sure that they got this message. Do they know this person? There are 250 million virtual bots on Facebook or other social media. Like, it's a huge scale. So
200 million, is it?
There were
You
at
said
the
two.
Trump election 250 million virtual identities who look like people, but they're not. And since there is this new fame, how many people are your friends? You may get the message, the political message, to be informed about something like a protest going on through virtual bots. So first thing you have to see, do you personally know, have you ever met the person who is informing you about the protest? Second thing, have a look at whether in the way the invitation is framed, you are somehow have the intuition that this is pretty aggressive or pretty manipulative in any form. Yeah, even like giving you a bad feeling if you don't go show up at the protest. This is manipulative. And third thing, sleep a night. Just don't go there emotionally. Sleep a night and think about it. That is the advice to the people. And think about whether you are manipulated or whether you really want to stand in for the message. And I think thought leaders right now, they should spread the message. It's very dangerous. It's very dangerous. We have it's not that social media have been creating echo chambers for a long time. That is not new. That we get political fake news through Facebook, that is not new. Everyone is on that, but we are treating the symptoms. The real problem, the source, is that there is this incredibly rich information about us, detailed psychological profiles that you can access in real time in order to place messages in real time and reach millions of people in real time, because you're abusing the old advertisement infrastructure for that. And that is so dangerous.
Thank you.
We got a question through our Telegram platform via our homepage. And the question would be if there is any way to bring our facial society to the digital sphere without the misuse of facial recognition.
Our facial society into the public
into the digital sphere or the digital world without the use of our faces or without the misuse of our faces.
I don't think it's possible because face recognition is a biometrical trait, and the moment you are fully showing yourself, you make yourself available. But that kid is drowned anyways. Except for people for years have tried to protect their facial identity. And even then, you don't know whether a database has hacked at an airport where you went through and your video camera taped, the video camera taped.
So, Professor Spiekermann, you think the point, we are behind the point that we can protest against face recognition? It's too late.
I think so. That I mean, even if Facebook, Google, everyone was closed down and would not show the faces anymore, which I think is unrealistic, because the digital fabric has woven itself into the fabric of our everyday analogical life. It's not that you can say, here's the virtual world and I protect myself, and then here I am physically. It doesn't exist anymore. It is it's an illusion of the late 1990s.
Okay, so do you mean the situation in China is already happening also in the West and will go on?
Absolutely. Absolutely. The credit scoring system is simply a different interface. It just presents itself differently to society. The background mechanisms of surveillance capitalism are almost identical with the Chinese. And only here in Europe, we try through data collection regulation, GDPR, we try to stop this, but it's not happening. as we move around, we are filling the databases in real time with our smartphones, just because we have an app where we sign the terms and conditions that we unfortunately sign because we want to have the app.
So the data is, the famous data is from the beginning of the 20th century. They made a wonderful slogan, you can't escape the machine. And now we have the slogan, no, you can't escape face recognition.
But the only thing where I would like to escape face recognition when it comes to robots. Let's assume that some companies would be starting to have ubiquitous mobile robots in our streets, or in China, where they really have a lot of cameras in the public sphere. Yeah? Here in Austria, for instance, you are not allowed to put a video camera everywhere and film people. So at least when I go in the streets here in Austria, I don't risk to be filmed everywhere and identified in real time. Here in Austria, that's good. And in the future with robots, I also hope to not be identified. But yeah.
I have a question for our audience. Since you have written this book about digital ethics, my idea is that our ethical rules have been developed for society of proximity. For example, command number 9 or 10 in the Bible, you should not envy your neighbor's wife. Yeah? But so what could be ethical rules for our telecommunication society? We are now starting, after the corona crisis, everything is online, teaching, ordering food, ordering books, etc., etc. So what is your essential idea how ethics can survive in the digital age? Or is there no chance for ethics anymore?
A lot of institutions are putting out these days the 10 commandments. Yeah. So Nature, the journal Nature in Machine Intelligence published 84 different institutions, and everyone has a list of 10 or something like that. On that list of 10, you typically find transparency and openness and privacy. I mean, everybody talks about that. I believe this is nice. This is like in the Bible, it's hygiene factor.
Useless. Yeah.
Not mess up the whole scene. However, in truth, ethics is about a way of life and a way of being in the world. It's about trying to be a good person, a virtuous person, trying to understand yourself and others, being empathetic and trying to react as the situation invites you to be good. Yeah, gives you the potential to be good. This is ethics. And in order to have and to live ethically in a digital world, we have to develop a new culture of being with each other whilst our digital devices are there. And this is a project that is huge. The printing press took 30 years of war and then more time even to develop a culture around script. When the media came along, late 19th century, 20th century, we have taken decades to develop a culture of rules, publishing and reception that allowed us to handle this medium. It was always abused at the beginning, and the same is now with the hugest challenge is that the ubiquitous penetration of life with the digital fabric makes us rethink who we are all the time in all our interactions. This is a huge challenge. It's more than a life project. It's a generational project.
So it was a lecture to be register you. Thank you so much. See you again in the next conference in Vienna in person. I hope so.
Thank you, and welcome Martin Drexler, who will be our next participant in this conference. And Professor Weibel, if you could please give us a short introduction to his person.
Yes, Martin Drexler.
Professor, your video is not functioning properly. Maybe you readjust it. It's echoing a lot.
Exactly.
How is it working now? As a backstage professor, media is a classic tradition and this is a product. University of students, University of
Quite hard to understand.
Ist es besser?
Etwas.
Ist es besser?
Ich nehme an, dass man vielleicht rausgeht und nochmal reingeht, dass das helfen könnte.
We will try to encrypt you.
Die Leute, die nicht sprechen, sollten ihr Audio ausschalten. Das ist oft ein Trick. Nur derjenige, der spricht, macht sein Audio an. Die anderen müssen sich stumm schalten.
Ja, ja, aber das...
Aber wie ist es besser? Nein. Einfach. Da muss der Mann sprechen, der
If you don't mind, maybe I could just give a very brief introduction to Martin Drechsler. And Martin Drechsler has been working for 20 years as an art and creative director in several international advertising agencies before turning to multimedia and to the internet. And he has been one of the pioneers of the Austrian digital scene, and nowadays works as a professor at Die Grafische in Vienna, as well as an advisor to the IA company 42.cx. And today, what is very special about his talk is that he decided to hold it in German. And if I remember correctly, it is called Simply AI and is meant for everyone who is not as involved with AI, which seems to be a very international or English-speaking topic, to get more engaged with it. So welcome, Martin Drechsler.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Sarah. Nice to see you and hear you again. Hello, Peter. I'm so happy about it that we can talk now as partners. And thank you, Sophie, that you made it happen on this way. First of all, I would really like to thank Peter and my parent university, the Angewandte, for the opportunity a long time ago, but it seemed just yesterday when I studied at Peter Weibel's first multimedia class at the Angewandte. And as agreed with Peter and Sophie told, I would like to have my lecture as a kind of a short seminar, 30 minutes in German language. The reason why is I like to get a little bit closer to all those who are not so convinced about AI, to open their mind to this vital topic. And I'm absolutely convinced after the speech from Mrs. Speakerman, because I want to reach all those people. They have no idea what's really behind the scene, and I would like to do that in my mother language, and all over Europe they should do the same way, and then to switch into English. And we will do that lecture in English at a later time. And after this lecture, and at about 6 o'clock, I will be there, and I will also answer the questions in English if you have answers. So thank you for your understanding. Die schlimmste Form von Ignoranz zu einem Thema ist jene, die aus Unwissenheit stammt. Das ist auch der Grund, warum ich mich entschlossen habe, diese kleine Lecture in Deutsch zu halten, um auch jene zu erreichen, die sich mit AI nicht so wirklich auskennen, und ihnen einen kleinen Pfad geben, also nicht von der Genesis der Menschheit, aber warum wir uns gerade jetzt in diesem so interessanten Thema befinden, und denen so ein bisschen zu helfen, die glauben, dass AI jetzt so vom Himmel gefallen ist, nur weil es gerade im Silicon Valley schick ist. AI ist mit Sicherheit die wichtigste Innovationswelle. Die Unwissenden werden entweder abgeschüttelt oder die Wissenden können auf dieser Welle elegant surfen, ob die Wissenden auch diejenigen sind, die 250 Millionen Virtual Identities auf Facebook haben, um jetzt dieses Thema von der Sarah aufzugreifen, ist eine andere Frage. Aber wir sollten, um es einmal überhaupt vorwegzugreifen, uns sehr schnell auf diese Themen schlau machen, damit wir nicht nur diskutieren und nicht nur ein Dictatorship akzeptieren müssen, sondern dass wir in einer Demokratie auch frei entscheiden können. Es ist somit ein kleines Referat für ambitionierte Einsteiger. Und ich möchte einfach einmal mit einer kleinen Headline beginnen, der Rückblick nach vorne. Was bedeutet das? Ich möchte ein bisschen zurückleuchten in die Vergangenheit der Menschheitsgeschichte, die ja immer schon daran war, neugierig zu sein, sich aus den wiederkehrenden Gegebenheiten die entsprechenden Schlüsse und die Lehren daraus zu ziehen und die damit verbundenen notwendigen Arbeiten zu strukturieren und den jeweiligen Lebensbedingungen anzupassen. Also die Steinzeitmenschen haben das gemacht, in der Renaissance ist das passiert. Wir sind jetzt dabei, unser Leben digital zu strukturieren oder wie auch immer. Also wir haben permanent unsere menschlichen Grundbedürfnisse auf einen relativ hohen Level gelegt, weil wir immer dabei waren, Neuerungen mit neuen Ideen zu unterfüttern und aus diesen neuen Ideen, die dann immer mehr geworden sind, diese Ideen zu verschränken, um dort zu sein, wo wir jetzt sind. Und das ist unser unverwechselbarer Bauplan unserer Spezies, ein wichtiger Teil unserer DNA sozusagen. Und da haben wir schon zweifellos Extremes geleistet. Wir brauchen aber nur beim Fenster rausschauen, da steht ein Baukran mit einem wunderbaren Elektromotor und einem sozusagen sowas wie der Möglichkeit, hier menschliche Energie in maschinelle umzuwandeln. Es braucht hier bei dieser Baustelle kein Arbeiter mehr irgendwas heben, die fahren nur mal von einem Punkt zum anderen. Wir haben das Feuer gezähmt, wir sind jetzt in einem Atomzeitalter, wir schauen, dass wir vom Verbrennungsmotor auf Wasserstoff kommen. Wir haben mit eben diesen Dingen einfach immer zum jeweiligen Zeitpunkt mit einer scheinbar richtigen Antwort auf die Bedürfnisse der Menschheit reagiert. Und diese Bedürfnisse werden aber nach wie vor mit kühnen Träumen begleitet oder von kühnen Träumen begleitet. Wenn wir uns daran denken in der Geschichte, der Traum vom Fliegen, Daedalus und Icarus, gab es den Herrn Lilienthal, danach die Brüder Wright und dann Boeing und wie die alle heißen, McDonnell Douglas, Lockheed, Airbus, Dornier. Also man hat hier, und das ist zum Beispiel bei der Flugtechnik so, innerhalb kürzester Zeit die kühnsten Träume der Menschheit relativ verdichtet und in knapp einem Jahrhundert ist dieses Thema zum schnell wachsendsten in der Geschichte der Menschheit geworden. Wir sind quasi von Null auf Marsch unendlich innerhalb kürzester Zeit gelandet. Die Geschichte von Jules Verne, der einer der besten Science-Fiction-Autors war, deswegen, weil er eigentlich so viele Dinge vorweggenommen hat, die dann später umgesetzt worden sind, ob U-Boote oder sonst irgendwas, aber ich möchte jetzt die Reise zum Mond nehmen, auch mit dem Apollo-Programm ein kühnes Projekt der Menschheit, das uns unglaublich viele Dinge beschert hat, vom kleinen Taschenrechner bis hin zum Klettverschluss, bis zum Akkubohrer, was auch immer. Also nach dieser Mondlandung, nach diesem Projekt hat es unglaublich viele Themen und Dinge gegeben, die wir ja quasi unter den geträumten Realitäten einordnen können. Also Idee ist da, die Möglichkeit des Umsetzens und dann die Umsetzung selbst und die daraus resultierenden Bequemlichkeiten für uns Menschen. Wir haben auch, also nicht zu vergessen, auch dann so Dinge wie und da nähere ich mich ja schon ein bisschen Artificial Intelligence und der Mathematik. Es gab ja irgendwann einmal so diese Geschichte mit dem Reiskorn und dem Maharaja, mit der Exponentialgleichung, wenn wir wissen, dass, dass man auf einem Schachbrett über 72.000 Möglichkeiten hat, war der Maharaja schlecht beraten. Erstens, weil er schlecht rechnen konnte und zweitens keinen Berater hatte, der ihn über Exponentialgleichungen informieren konnte. Oder was für mich ein eher augenzwinkerndes, lustiges Thema war, ist diese Sesam öffne dich Geschichte aus 1001 Nacht mit Alibaba und der 40 Räuber. Wenn Sie das richtige Passwort haben, kommen Sie genau dorthin, wo Sie sein wollen. Und könnte auch ein Algorithmus sein. Und diesen Algorithmus hat offensichtlich Alibaba geschafft, einer der größten Online-Händler aus dem asiatischen Raum. Also auch hier so eine Verbindung, Verknüpfung vom Analogen zum Digitalen. Und es ist halt immer aus dieser Menschheitsgeschichte, die ich jetzt vielleicht ein bisschen fokussiere, damit wir wissen, wohin wir kommen, immer die Möglichkeit des Menschen, sich mit Dinge zu erträumen und diese erträumten Dinge auch dann wirklich umsetzen zu können. Und natürlich ist auch in der Menschheit diese Geschichte mit den 7-Meilen-Stiefeln über weite Strecken zu kommunizieren, viele Freunde zu haben, im Grunde genommen ein Schlaraffenland in den verschiedensten Möglichkeiten unseres Lebens. Und die Menschheit beruht ja auch auf steten, konkreten Vorhersagen, die unserer Spezies immer ermöglicht haben zu überleben, um über die Runden zu kommen. Und da war es in erster Linie wichtig, von Auspflanzung, von der Aussaat, von der Bewässerung, von der Ernte, den Ertrag, hier über eine lange Kette von Jahren die richtigen Möglichkeiten und die richtigen Zeitpunkte zu finden, um das hier zu ermöglichen und gewährleisten, was eine reiche Ernte versprochen hat, jetzt mal Missernten durch Heuschrecken oder sonst was ausgenommen. Aber was hier zusätzlich noch dazu kommt, und das ist ja nicht nur bei den kleinen Ackerbauern passiert, sondern bei jenen, die schon in einem Staatengebilde waren, dass hier die Mathematik ins Spiel kommt, dass wir hier zu den Ackerbauern dann plötzlich die Mathematiker haben, die das Feld ausgerechnet haben, wie es ja in Babylonien, in Assyrien, im Nildelta war, und diese dann aufgrund der Größe ihres Anbaugebietes die entsprechenden Zehen, die entsprechenden Steuern zu zahlen hatten. Dazu auch vielleicht noch zwei interessante Themen. Wir wissen, um hier die Steuern besser berechnen zu können, gibt es einen entsprechenden Hinweis im Lukas-Evangelium, immer zu Weihnachten vorgelesen, wo der Kaiser Augustus I. war, der eine Schätzung, wie es in der alten Bibel heißt, durchführen ließ, um eine Steuerleistung hochrechnen zu können. Wir haben als zweites Beispiel, das ich Ihnen anführen möchte und das Sie vielleicht kennen, ist dieser Mechanismus von Antikythera, ein schwieriges Wort, das ich nicht täglich in den Mund nehme, also um die Jahrhundertwende von Schwammtauchern vor der Halbinsel Peloponnes gefundene Bussole aus Messing, die bei näherer Betrachtung im Grunde genommen ein multifunktionaler Kalender war aus dem Jahr 70 bis 60 vor Christus, der einen Sonnenkalender, Mondfinsternisse und vor allem für die Griechen sehr wichtig, die panhellenistischen Spiele angezeigt hat. Also schon auch das Bedürfnis der Menschen, immer genau zu wissen, wann, wo, was passiert, damit ich mich entsprechend darauf vorbereiten kann. Ich möchte jetzt nur auch ein Thema ansprechen, das uns sehr interessiert, Menschen, die im Artificial Intelligence Bereich sind und ohne dieser Zahlen nicht sein können. Viele streiten, ob das überhaupt eine ist. Es geht nämlich um die Zahl 0. Das römische System hatte zwar ein exzellentes Rechensystem, wurde aber aus Buchstaben geformt, hatte aber nicht die Zahl 0. Um 720 nach Christus wurde in Indien diese Zahl 0 erfunden und interessanterweise von einem Leonardo da Pisa in der Renaissancezeit nach Italien gebracht. Und dieser Leonardo da Pisa wurde Fibonacci genannt, also die Fibonacci-Reihe. Man hat sich aufgrund dieser Null, die impliziert und integriert war, in das arabische Zahlensystem sehr schnell auf das arabische Zahlensystem geeinigt. Das römische hat man weggelassen und der europäische Handel hat extrem floriert. Medici, Venedig, die Fugger, um nur Beispiele zu nennen. Interessant ist die Zahl 0 auch in anderem Zusammenhang und hier springe ich auch wieder, ohne jetzt weitere essentielle Themen zur Mathematik nennen zu wollen, aber wir kennen den Herrn Leibniz. Der Herr Leibniz hat nicht nur eine Rechenmaschine erfunden, sondern das binäre Zahlensystem. Diese legendäre Zahlenreihe, niemand konnte damit was anfangen, lag fast 300 Jahre irgendwo in einem, sagen wir, Schreibtisch oder in einem Archiv, bis der Herr Zuse gekommen ist 1943 und nicht nur den Z3 erfunden hat, sondern die integriert hat und hier den ersten programmierbaren Rechner, also es gab ja auch andere Rechner, Computer, aber den ersten programmierbaren Computer erfunden, der dann von John von Neumann ab 1945 eigenständig erfunden wurde und umgesetzt wurde. Wir kennen die Geschichte mit dem Tunic. Wir kennen die Geschichte mit den mathematischen, ballistischen Berechnungen kombiniert mit dem Radar. Wir wissen um das Alama und das Manhattan-Projekt, wo Mathematiker die grundlegenden Voraussetzungen für ein unglaubliches mathematisches Grundwissen aufstellten, die nicht nur in Los Alamos, sondern auch mit Firmen wie IBM und HP, also HP, im Silicon Valley angesiedelt waren und hier vor 70 oder mehr als 70 Jahren den Grundstein für dieses prosperierende Computertal gelegt haben. Die Liste könnte ich jetzt ewig weiterführen, könnte ich ein ganzes Jahr darüber sprechen, wollen wir nicht. Aber eines möchte ich noch vorhersagen oder sagen, bevor wir zur Artificial Intelligence kommen und vor allem zu dem Thema, das uns heute so interessiert und bewegt, dass wir seit jeher diese Themen im Kopf haben, also Prediction, Vorausschauen, meistens nicht durch Hellseher. Ja, das gibt es ja andere auch, die dann nicht gerade hier die seriösesten Wege gehen. Und da möchte ich auch gleich die Herkunft und den Begriff von Artificial Intelligence, von eben im Deutschen künstliche Intelligenz oder Machine Learning mal kurz streifen, damit wir auch hier darüber Bescheid wissen, wie es dazu gekommen ist. Im Grunde genommen ganz einfach. John McCarthy, ein amerikanischer Programmierer, hat im Jahr 1956, und das ist jetzt immerhin 64 Jahre her, einen mehrwöchigen Workshop gemacht auf einer Universität und hat diesen Workshop Dartmouth Summer Research Project on Artificial Intelligence genannt. Und das gilt zumindest als Geburtsstunde und als den Gründervater von Artificial Intelligence. Hier schon mal zum Thema Diktatur oder Demokratie eine Vorausinformation. Ich glaube, wir sollten uns überlegen, diesen diesen Begriff Artificial vor allem zu überlegen, weil dieser, das habe ich mit meinen Studierenden, auch mit meinen Studenten, auch mit Kolleginnen und Kollegen besprochen, der Peter kennt einige davon, die gesagt haben, ja, Artificial klingt immer so als künstlich und die Menschen wollen, also vor allem wir in Europa, von Künstlichkeiten nicht regiert werden, obwohl wir vielleicht künstliche Süßstoffe nehmen, aber das ist ein ganz anderes Thema. Artificial wird so gesehen, dass wir wahrscheinlich zu sehr von irgendwelchen Science-Fiction-Filmen aus Hollywood geprägt sind, wo irgendwelche wild gewordenen Roboter die Menschheit unterjochen oder ausrotten wollen, bis dann wieder irgendein Hero kommt, der das Gegenteil macht. Also Dinge, da haben wir meiner Meinung nach einen Handlungsbedarf, denn wir müssen ja mal überlegen, ist Artificial Intelligence Ablehnung oder Zustimmung? Wenn Ablehnung, warum? Wenn Zustimmung, warum? Wird sie eher als Diktatur gesehen oder als Demokratie empfunden? Und da meiner Meinung nach komme ich jetzt in meiner Zweitberufung als Professor dazu. Hier müssen wir ansetzen. Ich glaube, dass wir einen Nachholbedarf haben, nämlich genau das, was die Sarah gesagt hat. Es gibt so viele Dinge und Themen, von denen die meisten von uns nicht Bescheid wissen. Und diejenigen, die in Europa und auch in Österreich gegen digitale Strukturen sind. Wir wollen nicht unsere Röntgenbilder für gute Zwecke digitalisieren lassen, auch wenn sie anonym sind. Das sind meistens dieselben Leute, die mit ihrem Smartphone einkaufen gehen, online, sind dieselben Leute, die bedenkenlos ihre intimsten Geheimnisse im Internet auf sozialen Medien, breitwolzen Fotos hochladen und sei es nur das nächste Essen. Also die dann in Wirklichkeit einfach darum, um es mal ganz flapsig zu sagen, diejenigen sind, die ja diese riesengroßen Unternehmen, von denen wir alle wissen, wie sie heißen, mit ihren Daten füttern, damit diese wieder dann weiterhin die nächsten Algorithmus schärfen können und neue Angebote gratis natürlich, weil man gratis ist nicht umsonst und zahlt nicht nur mit seiner Seele, sondern mit seiner ganzen Privatheit machen können. Ich möchte hier auch noch etwas sagen, bevor ich mit euch sehr, sehr gerne darüber spreche. Ich glaube, dass wir die Begriffsdefinition Artificial Intelligence, die ich also für mich mal geortet habe, dass die ein bisschen Probleme bereitet, vielleicht im europäischen Raum zusätzlich oder anderweitig überdenken können. Beginnt auch mit einem A und ist der zweite Buchstabe ist ein I. Vielleicht machen wir Advanced Intelligence draus und wie könnten wir dann Advanced Intelligence in diese Democracy einführen und gegen eine Diktatur steuern. Denn diese Auseinandersetzung mit dem Thema Dictatorship oder Democracy, die dazwischen ja auch diesen Missbrauch hat, ja, Missbrauch in vielerlei Hinsicht, die sollten wir schnellstmöglich durch ein wirklich breit gesteuertes, über alle Generationen hinweg auszuwalzendes Lernprogramm möchten und Lernprogramm ausrollen. Und ich glaube, dass dieses junge Institut von Peter sicherlich hier auch in Österreich ein Leuchtturm sein kann, weil ich glaube auch, dass dieses kleine und sehr kompakte und sehr interessante, also für mich sehr interessante Symposium, das heute stattfindet und wo ich teilnehmen darf, sicherlich nicht das letzte sein wird, sondern erst einmal so der Kick-on oder Kick-off-Start zu einem Thema, das wir dringend brauchen. Das ist einmal mein Verständnis zu dieser erweiterten Intelligenz, zu der Artificial Intelligence, die ich jetzt mal so ganz grob strukturiert den Leuten, die sich bis jetzt noch nicht äußern wollten, die sich jetzt noch nicht mit Büchern, die dahinter mein Computer zuhauf sind, stapeln, die auch die Sarah da kurz gezeigt habe, wo ich auch ein paar habe. Also die sind hier mal ausgenommen. Ich möchte hier das Thema nehmen oder mich committen mit AI Democracy. Und das kann nur gehen, meine Damen und Herren, wenn wir genau wissen, worum es geht. Wenn wir genau wissen, wie wir diese Themen röntgen können oder dekodieren können und wenn wir selbst einmal in der Lage sind, all diese Möglichkeiten nicht im negativen, sondern im positiven Sinn mitzugestalten. Denn wer mitgestaltet, ist mittendrin und kann hier gegen Missbrauch, kann hier gegen eine Diktatur kämpfen. Und ich glaube, das wäre ein unglaublich eine tolle Möglichkeit für Europa, hier eine eigene Regel, ein eigenes Thema aufzustellen. Ich weiß, manche werden jetzt sagen, ich träume, aber Träume sind dazu da, wie ich schon vorher gesagt habe, realisiert zu werden. Und die Menschheit hat sich von Daedalus auch zu Überschallraketen und Überschallflugzeuge bequemt. Ich möchte auch noch etwas dazu sagen, wegen des Missbrauchs, meine Damen und Herren. Als der Samuel Morse aus einem für ihn extrem traurigen Grund das Morse-Alphabet erfunden hat und die erste Landline zwischen der Ost- und der Westküste aufgebaut wurde, ist nicht nur der Pony Express, also nicht nur die Reiter des Pony Express arbeitslos geworden, sondern es ist sofort haben sich kriminelle Vereinigungen auf diese Leitung gesetzt und haben ihre Möglichkeiten genutzt, nämlich die Zeitdifferenz zwischen Ost- und Westküste bei Pferdewetten zu lukrieren, um damit Geld zu machen. Also auch das Thema mit dem Messer. Wir wissen, Messer kann Leben retten, wenn es ein Skalpell ist. Messer kann auch Leben nehmen, wenn es sinister eingesetzt wird. Ich glaube, dass wir, wenn wir hier extrem gute Möglichkeiten haben in der Lehre, in der Ausbildung, Forschung und Lehre, dass wir hier die Möglichkeiten haben, sooner than later hier eine Möglichkeit zu generieren, auch in diesem Feld der Artificial Intelligence, im Feld der Advanced Intelligence zu realisieren. Und es liegt einfach nur daran, diese Bildung an uns heranzutragen. Vielleicht sollten wir diese Art und Weise der Bildung einfordern, national, europaweit. Und wir sind für meine Begriffe, weil das auch der Peter vorher gesagt hat mit der Face Recognition, die Frage, ob das unumkehrbar ist. Ich glaube, dass wir beim Artificial Intelligence generell eine unumkehrbare in einer unumkehrbaren Zeit sind. Mit dem Face Recognition ist das ja auch schon so, wenn ich in Wien mich nicht anstellen will, bin ich selbst derjenige, der zu dem Gate geht, das sich automatisch öffnet, weil das Foto mit meinem Reisepass übereinstimmt und das wird nicht von einem Menschen geprüft, sondern von einer Maschine. Und du hast keine Ahnung, was mit diesen Daten, die hier gespeichert werden, passiert. Somit habe ich jetzt mal ganz kurz und in der Zeit einmal so einen groben Horizont der Möglichkeiten genannt und versucht, denjenigen, die noch etwas unsicher sind, zu helfen. Lesen Sie ein Buch, schauen Sie sich Dinge an, versuchen Sie über die schon bestehenden Möglichkeiten AI zu studieren. Ich glaube, es wird notwendig sein, notwendiger denn je, sonst sind wir wirklich in einer Situation, wo wir uns einem Dictatorship unterwerfen wollen. Und wenn wir aber hier ein Wissen aufbauen, dann sind wir dabei, dieses Team mitzugestalten, wie ich schon gesagt habe, und mit auf ein Gleis zu bringen, das eine smarte Artificial Intelligence Demokratie sein kann. Ich freue mich auf Ihre Fragen und danke herzlichst, dass Sie mir zugehört haben. Sarah, du hast mir jetzt was geschickt. Ich werde es dann gleich lesen. Dankeschön. Aber du kannst mir es jetzt auch sagen.
Ja, es ist ein kleiner Text zum Unterschied zwischen menschlicher Intelligenz und künstlicher Intelligenz.
Ich habe es war jetzt ein Rauschen, bitte.
Der Unterschied zwischen menschlicher und künstlicher Intelligenz, dachte ich, würde dich interessieren.
Naja, die künstliche Intelligenz oder die menschliche Intelligenz ist eine über den Computer ausformulierte Intelligenz, also die Predictions, und die künstliche Intelligenz ist diejenige, die von einem Menschen dazu gebracht wird, dass der Computer eigene Schritte lernt, weil, das ist meine Meinung, also nicht nur meine Meinung, sondern das habe ich ja Vielzahl gelesen, diese Intelligenz, ein Computer muss erst einmal gestartet werden, muss erst einmal programmiert werden, um in diesen nächsten Schritten dann sich selbst Dinge beizubringen, vor allem in der Bewegung Robotik. Ja.
Okay, thanks, Martin Drexler. Due to our quite strict schedule, I would like to ask Peter Weibel to introduce Gesche Joost.
Okay. Es freut mich sehr, Professor Gesche Joost anzukündigen. Sie unterrichtet als Professor an der gleichen Universität wie Hida Steil, nämlich an der Universität der Künste in Berlin. Sie ist Forscherin, politische Berater und auch Beraterin für technische Belange. Sie leitet auch das Laboratorium am Deutschen Forschungszentrum für Künstliche Intelligenz. Dort arbeitet sie spezifisch auf dem Gebiet tragbare Computer, Variable Computing und an der Mensch-Maschine-Mensch-Computer-Interaktion. Sie hat dort eine sehr gute Erfindungen schon gemacht, wie sie auch behinderten Personen helfen kann, spezielle Handschuhe und so weiter. Also sie ist erfolgreich als Designerin und als Forscherin. Sie war 2014 bis 2018 die Botschafterin, die Internetbotschafterin der deutschen Regierung in der Europäischen Kommission. Und sie hat 2016 eine eigene Firma gegründet, Calliope, eine Non-Profit-Organisation, die den Kindern hilft, über digitalisierte technische Mittel zu lernen. Also es ist gewissermaßen an der Front der Forschung, was das betrifft. Einsatz für Künstliche Intelligenz, Einsatz von also Interfaces, Schnittstellen zwischen Mensch und Computer. So, ich danke eben Gesche Joost sehr, die extrem beschäftigt ist durch ihre vielen Tätigkeiten, dass sie Zeit gefunden hat, ihre Expertise mit uns online zu teilen.
Super, ganz herzlichen Dank. Ich freue mich sehr, hier in dem Kreis zu sein. Ich hoffe, der Tag war bisher spannend und ich hoffe, dass ich noch was beitragen kann. Ich habe eine ich habe eine kleine Präsentation vorbereitet. Mal gucken, wie wir die teilen können. Normalerweise müsste ich ja mit Bildschirm freigeben. So. Das funktioniert,
Perfekt.
Ne?
Ja,
super.
Danke,
Wunderbar. Klasse. Also die Fragestellung des heutigen Tages, Digital Dictatorship or Digital Democracy, hat mich genau erwischt. Also es ist genau die Fragestellung, die gerade große Relevanz hat, finde ich. Und ich würde ein paar Überlegungen einfach mit Ihnen und euch teilen wollen, welche Rolle vielleicht auch Europa spielen sollte in dieser Fragestellung, also was wir auf politischer Ebene machen könnten, anstellen sollten, in welche Richtung wir fortschreiten sollten, und versuche so einen kleinen globalen Blick, einmal mit dem Blick nach Afrika und einmal mit dem Blick nach China, um auch so ein bisschen die Pole deutlich zu machen, die mich gerade beschäftigen. Und was ich da zeigen werde, sind Eindrücke, die ich gesammelt habe im letzten Jahr, wo ich im Sabbatical in Westafrika unterwegs war und dann zum größtmöglichen Kontrast in Shanghai an der Tongji University und versucht da so diese beiden Pole des Dictatorship und der Digital Democracy deutlich zu machen. Von meinem persönlichen Hintergrund, ich bin in meinem Studium, ich habe Design studiert in Köln, bin ich eigentlich so in den 90er Jahren damit groß geworden, dass das Internet ein Raum der unbegrenzten Demokratie sein kann. Also mit einem unglaublichen Versprechen, ne? Was wir für Diskurse geführt haben in den 90ern, der Selbsterfindung, des genderlosen Raumes, der Möglichkeit, Demokratie neu zu erfinden durch das Internet. Und wir waren beseelt davon als Studierende. Also wir waren wirklich total fasziniert davon, was wir dort alles erfinden könnten und was das plötzlich für ein globaler neuer Raum ist, der aber sich überhaupt an keine Staatsform hält und der eigentlich bottom-up und dezentral funktioniert. Also das ist eigentlich das, wo ich herkomme. Und in den letzten Jahren haben wir ja immer mehr so the dark side of the moon erlebt und eigentlich so das Kippen in die Diskussionen und in die Erfahrungen auch ganz real, was die Schattenseiten eigentlich sind. Und insofern ist genau diese Frage Digital Dictatorship oder digitale Demokratie das, was mich gerade bewegt. Auch in meiner Arbeit am Weizenbaum-Institut, das ist ja jetzt so das Deutsche Internetinstitut, wir sind seit 3 Jahren unterwegs. Und daher leite ich 2 Forschergruppen. Die eine ist zum Thema digitale Souveränität, also genau die Frage, wie wir eben auch auf individueller Ebene vielleicht souverän agieren können im Netz und inwieweit wir diese Ausfahrt sozusagen schon verpasst haben, inwieweit wir so eine Grundlage auch des demokratischen Miteinanders schon gar nicht mehr einlösen können im digitalen Zeitalter oder was Voraussetzungen dafür wären, das zu tun. Und die andere Gruppe beschäftigt sich mit der Maker-Kultur, also die Produktionsmöglichkeiten, die uns ja auch so sehr versprochen wurden durch die Fab Labs und Makerspaces, dass die plötzlich einen Raum auch schaffen würden für Teilnahme auch und Teilhabe, auch für ökonomische Teilhabe, für jeder Mann und jede Frau. An jeder Ecke kann man sich sein Startup 3D drucken. Aber das sehe ich natürlich auch sehr kritisch, was davon eigentlich eingelöst wurde und werden konnte. Und da machen wir eben auch in dieser Forschergruppe eigene Experimente dazu, auch zum Thema Feminist Hacking und verschiedene Perspektiven und die Fragen von Diversität in solchen Maker- und Hacking-Kulturen. In Kurzform möchte ich diese 4 Punkte in meinem Talk adressieren. Also einmal die Beobachtung, dass Digitalisierung eben zu einem Brandbeschleuniger für Strukturen der Ungleichheit wird, dass wir das auch jetzt in der Corona-Zeit ganz stark beobachten können, leider. Also das Gegenteil von dem, wie ich aufgewachsen bin in den 90ern. Das zweite eben die Frage auch des gesellschaftlichen Zusammenhaltes, also driften wir nicht auch durch Digitalisierung immer weiter auseinander? Wer profitiert eigentlich davon? Und was war das Versprechen am Anfang? Und ist nicht in diesem Auseinanderdriften auch die Gefahr gleich inhärent, dass diese digitale Demokratie, von der ich eigentlich auch immer noch träume, dass die insgesamt misslingt? Also dass so ein Projekt einer offenen, demokratischen, vernetzten Gesellschaft gerade also den Bach runtergeht, gerade verloren geht. Und wir sehen natürlich in China auch das Modell eines totalitären Datenregimes, das ökonomisch total erfolgreich ist. Also es ist das nicht, worauf wir, wenn wir nichts tun, einfach zusteuern. Also gar nicht jetzt als willentliche Entscheidung, sondern wenn wir nichts machen, dann gehen wir immer weiter in die Richtung dieser totalitären Datenkontrolle. Und was ist Europas Entscheidung? Also sind wir nicht gerade da am Scheideweg? Ich fange an mit einem Bild aus Ghana, aus Accra. Agobloshi ist das. Das ist die größte Elektroschrottmüllhalde der Welt. Es ist eine 14 Quadratkilometer große Stadt, eigentlich, die aus Müll besteht. Vielleicht haben einige von Ihnen auch diese Dokumentation über Agobloshi gesehen. Und wenn man dort ist, hat das, was natürlich total schrecklich ist, einer der schrecklichsten Orte der Welt, mit giftigen Gasen, die von diesen Verbrennungen von Kabeln, Plastik, von allem möglichen Schrott herrühren. Und andererseits hat es eine erschreckende Normalität, weil da wohnen einfach Leute drauf. Ne? Das ist jetzt keine Müllhalde, sondern es ist einfach eine Stadt, die so kleine Mikrologiken auch hat, der Verwertung des Recyclings, des aus irgendetwas noch Geldmachens, aber das natürlich unter den allerunmenschlichsten Bedingungen. Und dieses Bild von Agobloshi nehme ich insofern als Startpunkt für den Vortrag, weil er auch so diese Zweiseitigkeit von der Digitalisierung zeigt und der globalen Welt. Natürlich ist dies ein Bild, was zeigt, dass das auf Kosten unseres digitalen Wohlstands und unserer Digitalwirtschaft passiert. Ne? Also der europäische Elektroschrott landet natürlich dort. Und das ist eben das, was wir auch ausbeuten. Das sind sozusagen die Schattenseiten des digitalen Fortschritts, den wir so feiern. Gleichzeitig haben sich aber da eben diese Mikrokulturen gebildet. Also hier sieht man auch aus vielen Dokumentationen jetzt, die in den letzten Jahren gekommen sind, über auch diese Wut, diese Verlassenheit, die die Bewohnerinnen und Bewohner dort vor Ort erleben und die natürlich auch verstehen, was dort vor Ort passiert, aber gar nicht anders können, als zu versuchen, da noch irgendetwas Brauchbares herauszufinden. Gleichzeitig geht man einen kleinen Schritt weiter und da sieht es plötzlich so aus, also auf dieser Elektroschrottmüllhalde gibt es einen Makerspace. Also das alles, was das MIT Media Lab mit der Fab Lab Bewegung versprochen hat, ne? Also jeder mit Internetzugang kann profitieren, kann sich, das war ja so der Titel von Neil Gershenfeld, als er diese Fab Lab Idee geboren hat, ne? How to make almost anything. Also das war ja auch das große Versprechen, zu sagen, wenn wir nur die kleine Infrastruktur eines Netzzugangs haben und einige relativ günstige Gerätschaften, ne, einen 3D-Drucker, einen Scanner und ähnliches, dann können wir eben eigentlich fast alles für den täglichen Bedarf selbst machen. Und dieser Makerspace hier ist als eine Open Architecture konzipiert, also als ein einfacher Container, der umgewandelt wurde. Es ist online total vernetzt mit der ganzen FabLab-Kultur. Und dieser Space ist eben offen für alle, die in Agobloshi sind. Es ist selbstfinanziert von denen, die dort vor Ort arbeiten und wollen eben den Bewohnerinnen und Bewohnern Möglichkeiten geben, nicht nur immer die gleichen Schüsseln aus Autofeldern, sondern zu versuchen, eben vielleicht intelligentere und höherwertigere Materialien und Projekte daraus zu generieren. Und da werden dann zum Beispiel 3D-Drucker aus Elektroschrott gemacht. Oder sie haben einfach so ein Strip-Off-Gerät gemacht, dass man halt diese Kupferkabel, dieses Plastikzeug einfach davon ablösen kann, ohne es zu verbrennen. Und das ist natürlich weniger toxisch und eben auch besser für das Kupfer, um es weiter zu recyceln. Also das ist so ein Symbol der Hoffnung plötzlich, ne? Dass man sagt, hier gibt es eben auch an diesem unmenschlichen Ort gibt es so einen Makerspace. Mit allen Einschränkungen natürlich. Ne? Das ist ganz klein, das ist vollkommen unterfinanziert. Es werden auch dauernd Dinge geklaut und so. Also es ist klar, dass das jetzt keine Lösung ist, aber es ist schon die Frage, wie sich diese beiden Bewegungen, diese Bottom-up-Maker-Kultur, Möglichkeitsoptimismus vielleicht, Erzählung auf dieser Schattenseite, dieser Müllhalde der Elektrowelt, wie das zusammenkommt. Was ich daran interessant finde, ist, wie sich da auch so diese digitale Spaltung zeigt. Und das ist eben ein Thema, was wir auch am Weizenbaum-Institut sehr stark beforschen. Wir sehen eben die Zugang haben, die in dieser ganzen Maker-Kultur drin sind, die eine gute Finanzierung haben, die profitieren immer mehr, noch und nöcher. Und die abgespalten sind, die kaum Zugang haben, die werden auch immer stärker abgehängt. Und das ist in der Forschung eben ganz gut beschrieben mit diesen 3 Leveln der digitalen Spaltung. Also auf der ersten Ebene, auf der untersten Ebene geht es darum, ob man überhaupt Zugang hat. Also ganz schlicht, ne? Habe ich Internetzugang, habe ich ein internetfähiges Mobiltelefon, kann ich mir den Zugang leisten, ist das quasi als Basis technische Infrastruktur, ist das gegeben. Das ist die erste Ebene. Die zweite Ebene ist die Ebene der digitalen Bildung, also die Frage, ne, wenn ich jetzt einen Basiszugang habe, wie weit kann ich diese Logiken des Netzes verstehen, wie weit habe ich den Zugang, wie weit bin ich fähig und mächtig, auch diese sehr eigenen Kulturtechniken der Netznutzung eigentlich zu verstehen und für mich zu adaptieren. Wer hat eigentlich Zugang zu dieser Bildung, die dafür notwendig ist und wie kann ich da diese Hürde auch überspringen? Das sehen wir auch bei uns in Deutschland. Das ist nicht nur also als Alter ist nicht nur eine digitale Spaltungstendenz, sondern natürlich auch Gender, Bildungshintergrund, also die gleichen sozialen Ungleichheiten, die wir sowieso schon sehen, werden in der Digitalisierung hier auch nochmal verstärkt und abgebildet. Und die dritte Ebene ist nochmal eine spannendere, und zwar beschreibt also wenn ich Zugang habe, wenn ich die Bildung dafür habe, das nutzen zu können, wie kann ich das für meine eigenen Zwecke nochmal besser einsetzen? Also wie kann ich davon nochmal vielleicht mein Business nochmal verbessern? Wie kann ich die besseren Preise aufgrund von Preisvergleichen im Internet für mich rausholen? Also wie kann ich das wirklich so für meinen eigenen Profit eigentlich am besten ausnutzen? Das ist nochmal so die dritte Ebene des Expertentums quasi im Digitalen. Und in der Corona-Zeit haben wir sehr stark gesehen, dass sich diese 3 Ebenen immer weiter spreizen. Also auf der untersten Ebene, auch beim Homeschooling, ne, wenn Kinder und Jugendliche zu Hause kein ordentliches Endgerät haben oder schlechten Mobilfunkempfang, dann sah man schon mal auch von meinen Studierenden, welche auf dem Lidl-Parkplatz, die dahin gefahren sind, weil es einfach freies WLAN gab und weil es zu Hause einfach die schlechte Internetverbindung gab. Und umgekehrt auf der anderen Seite, und da gehöre ich auch dazu, gar keine Frage, die total profitieren, weil sie in Ruhe von zu Hause arbeiten können, weil sie nicht so viel rumreisen müssen, also sich das ganz schön bequem machen können. Und das ist schon sehr bitter, dass wir das sogar in Deutschland sehen. Und wenn wir, ich gehe gleich so ein bisschen durch, wenn wir das in anderen, eben auch afrikanischen Ländern, diese 3 Ebenen der Spaltung ansehen, dann ist dieses Bild noch sehr, sehr viel krasser und sehr, sehr viel ungerechter. Mit diesem Bild im Kopf, das sollte Sie auch extra an The Dark Side of the Moon von Pink Floyd erinnern. Bild im Kopf, als ich darüber geforscht habe. Wenn wir nochmal nach Westafrika schauen, mit diesem Bild dieser 3 Ebenen, the 3 Levels of Digital Divide, dann sehen wir sie auf allen Ebenen eigentlich auftreten. Also die Hürden und die Spaltungen sind eben sehr virulent. Auf der ersten Ebene die Frage eben der Zugänglichkeit. Das ist ein Bild, das war mal Pressefoto des Jahres, glaube ich, wo geflüchtete Menschen versuchen, auf der Flucht eben irgendwie Mobilfunkempfang zu bekommen, um mit ihren Lieben verbunden zu bleiben. Also so auch ein Bild der Hoffnung und auch Hoffnungslosigkeit, dass diese Accessibility also auf der ersten Ebene des puren Netzempfangs einfach lebensentscheidend sein kann. Wir haben in Afrika sehr unterschiedliche Bilder. Also Research ICT Africa ist ein ganz toller Think Tank, der dazu ganz großartige Studien macht, was diese Idee eigentlich anging, die in den letzten Jahren sehr stark auch politisch wurde, ob nicht die afrikanischen Länder und der afrikanische Kontinent natürlich diese Welle der Industrialisierung übersprungen und ausgelassen hat und versucht eben in der Digitalökonomie zu reüssieren und das gleich auf Mobile-First-Basis macht. Ne? Also nicht auf der Basis von PCs oder einer festen Infrastruktur, sondern auf relativ einfachen Smartphones oder einfachen Handys, noch nicht mal Smartphones. Und das ist sehr, sehr unterschiedlich. Wir haben zwar zum Beispiel in Südafrika haben wir eine unglaublich hohe Verbreitung von Mobiltelefonen, also 90% der Bevölkerung haben ein ganz einfaches Handy zur Verfügung, aber durch eine bestimmte Preispolitik, also durch sehr, sehr kostspielige Datentarife, bilden sich trotzdem die Strukturen der Ungleichheit ab, weil sich die Leute es einfach nicht leisten können. Also die machen es ganz schnell einfach wieder aus, wenn sie eine Nachricht gecheckt haben, weil sie einfach sich das nicht leisten können. Und Datenvolumen, also sozusagen Airtime, wird zur Tauschware. Also man bezahlt nicht mit Bargeld, sondern man tradet Airtime. Also da hat man plötzlich auch so eine Umwandlung von, was ist eigentlich das Wichtige, was sind die Werte, und damit wird dann halt gehandelt. Wir sehen in verschiedenen afrikanischen Ländern gerade auch eine sehr beunruhigende Entwicklung der Besteuerung. Das ist so eine Taxation für Over-the-Air-Services, also für zum Beispiel, wenn man einen WhatsApp-Call machen möchte, wird der besteuert. Und das sind wiederum Entwicklungen, die gerade wieder die ärmsten Bevölkerungsschichten treffen, die vielleicht eben, wenn sie mal ein freies WLAN haben, natürlich das nutzen möchten, um eben Kontakt aufzunehmen. Und wenn diese Services besteuert werden, das sind zwar minimale Beträge, aber das ist trotzdem immer wieder eine weitere Schere, die aufgeht, und es trifft eben immer wieder die Ärmsten der Bevölkerung. Insofern sind diese quantitativen Zahlen, dass man sagt, in vielen afrikanischen Ländern haben viele Menschen zwar ein Mobiltelefon, also im Prinzip die Hardware da, aber sie können es trotzdem nicht nutzen aufgrund der ökonomischen Faktoren. Also insofern diese erste Ebene der digitalen Spaltung ist auch hier sehr, sehr, sehr virulent und wird auch immer schlimmer. Und das Spannende auch von dem Research ICT Africa Think Tank in Kapstadt, die stellen eben die Forderung auf, dass man also ein Basic Free, so ein quasi Free Basic Tarif haben müsste, also dass jeder Mensch eine Grundlage haben muss an Internetzugang, an Airtime, an Datenvolumen, die für alle gratis zur Verfügung steht. Und zwar staatlich, also eben nicht von Facebook, wie die eben vorgeschlagen hat mit ihrem Free Basic, sondern als staatliche Leistung, wie eben Wasser und Strom zugänglich sein müssen, müsste eben das Internet auch zugänglich sein. Und das finde ich sehr nachvollziehbar, eine solche Forderung, damit weiter auch auf der politischen Ebene zu gehen. Da komme ich auch am Schluss nochmal drauf. Auf der zweiten Ebene habe ich hier Beispiele mitgebracht, nochmal von dieser Maker- und Repair-Kultur. Also die zweite Ebene eben die der Bildung, der ja auch so Educational Tools oder der Bildungsressourcen, die zur Verfügung stehen, um etwas selbst entwickeln zu können, um die Digitalisierung auch nutzen zu können. Das hier ist das Ecotech Lab in Togo. Die haben eben, hier ist auch so ein kleines Bild davon, so einen kleinen 3D-Drucker eben gebaut aus Elektroschrott und haben das einfach, das war wirklich in so einem Hinterhof von dem Hinterhof, quasi ohne Ressourcen, alles selbst finanziert, haben sie einfach für die Menschen in der Nachbarschaft ein solches Repair-Café aufgebaut und bringen sich eben selbst bei, was es da zu lernen gibt. Was sehr spannend war, Lomé ist, also Togo ist ja französischsprachig. Einer von den beiden Betreibern sprach perfekt Englisch und ich fragte so naiv, ja, lernt ihr es in der Schule und so? Dann sagte er, nee, von YouTube. Also das ist sozusagen der Seiteneffekt, dass sie gleichzeitig, dadurch, dass sie Mitglied dieser weltweiten Maker-Kultur sind, eben auch sehr gute Sprache lernen und diesen Diskursen auch total drin waren. Also das war wirklich ganz großartig. Ein zweites Beispiel war auch in Lomé, das WoW Lab. Das war auch so eine Idee von so einem Nachbarschaftsnetzwerk, was zugleich Community Garden ist, was so ein kleines lokales Netzwerk, so ein LoRaWAN-Netzwerk aufgebaut hat für die lokale Gemeinschaft, dass sie einfach so ein Intranet quasi aufbauen, was eben ein paar Rechner zur Verfügung hatte und so Recyclingprojekte auch gemacht hat, weil es einfach keine funktionierende Müllabfuhr gab. Und die haben einfach aus diesen kleinen Plastiksäckchen, die so als Trinkbeutel zur Verfügung stehen, haben die größere Müllsäcke genäht und dann den ganzen Plastikmüll immer eingesammelt und den dann recycelt. Also solche ganz lokal spezifischen Projekte und Problemstellungen, die dort adressiert wurden. Und die Idee von diesem WoW Lab ist, dass es eigentlich alle paar Kilometer ein solches Lab geben müsste. Ne? Und das wäre natürlich toll, dass man sagt, das sind solche Community-Infrastrukturen, die sich eben mit den lokalen Herausforderungen, aber auch mit den lokalen Ressourcen dann zusammentun und da dann eben einen Unterschied machen. Auf der dritten Ebene dieser 3 Ebenen, ne, also was kann man daraus vielleicht auch nochmal, also für das eigene Fortkommen, aber auch für das Social Good, also für das Gemeinwohl weiterentwickeln. Und da ist halt in Accra der Social Impact Hub auch sehr prominent geworden ist. Also alle möglichen Politiker von Macron bis Merkel waren natürlich schon dort, weil es so eins der Vorzeigebeispiele in Westafrika ist. Und die machen wirklich auch eine ganz tolle Arbeit, weil sie nicht nur sagen, wie bei uns, es ist so ein Accelerator zum Thema Social Entrepreneurship, sondern sehr viel weiter denken. Also sie stellen eine alternative Stromversorgung für ihre kleine Nachbarschaft zur Verfügung, weil sie ansonsten dauernd Stromausfälle haben, also eine Solarinfrastruktur zur Verfügung. Sie sorgen für billige Mieten, weil in Accra einfach die Mieten unbezahlbar sind. Also sie bauen eigentlich so die ganze Nachbarschaft aus, damit eben Leute und Entrepreneurs dorthin kommen können und lokale Herausforderungen eben gemeinsam bearbeiten können und mit Coworking und allem, was dazu gehört. Und das ist so eine Mischung, also ich war so ein bisschen hin und her gerissen. Auf der einen Seite sah es teilweise drinnen so aus, als wäre das direkt aus dem Silicon Valley importiert mit irgendwie Tischkicker und dem ganzen Lala, was man auch nicht mehr sehen kann. Aber andererseits haben die wirklich sehr, sehr eigene Herangehensweisen und sehr, sehr eigene Themen dort installiert. Und sie sind global vernetzt. Also eigentlich ist das, glaube ich, ein sehr positives Beispiel dafür, wie man auf dieser dritten Ebene der Möglichkeiten eigentlich ja, Zugänge auch schaffen kann für Leute, die mit ihren Projekten dorthin kommen. Und dann war da, also eine Partnerinitiative ist die Soronco Academy, die für junge Frauen vor Ort Technologie- und Programmierkenntnisse zur Verfügung stellen und da eben Kurse machen. Und da ist dieses ganze Thema Social Change sehr, sehr wichtig. Und da war so ein kleines Post-it, was ich sehr berührend fand, weil das waren wirklich ganz tolle junge Frauen, die erstmal für sich selber arbeiten mussten, so warum lerne ich überhaupt Programmieren, weil sie das wirklich rechtfertigen müssen in ihrer Community. Und sie haben halt sehr stark begriffen, dass das eine Möglichkeit ist, um gehört zu werden und um teilnehmen zu können. Also wir sehen ja so ein paar Beispiele davon, also so die Frage eigentlich, wer kann teilhaben an diesem ökonomischen Wachstum? In weiten Teilen kann das nicht eingelöst werden, aber es gibt natürlich ein paar schöne Beispiele, wo das versucht wird, also wo diese Hürde versucht wird zu überspringen, diese verschiedenen Ebenen der digitalen Spaltung. Aber was natürlich auch ganz klar war, wenn man durch afrikanische Länder reist, Chinas Projekt der neuen Seidenstraße macht eigentlich alles platt, was da passiert. Ne? Also da haben wir einfach unglaubliche Investitionen. Wir kennen die Geschichte, ne, mit Infrastrukturen, die dort geschaffen werden, von Brücken über Häfen, die gekauft werden, zu Flughäfen, die gebaut werden. Und das ist wirklich eine Form des neuen Kolonialismus. Also ich habe in Ghana habe ich in einem komplett chinesischen Hotel gewohnt, was also nur chinesische Servicepersonal hat. Alles ist eigentlich nur noch auf Chinesisch. Auch alle Projekte wurden nur noch in Chinesisch eigentlich gezeigt und auch die Arbeiter, die dorthin kommen, sind Chinesen. Also das ist einfach nicht etwas, was dann zu mehr Teilhabe und mehr Ressourcen im Land eigentlich führt, sondern eigentlich wirklich nur die Möglichkeiten der Expansion auch von China aus erweitert. Also das war schon bitter irgendwie zu sehen. Insofern dieses Fazit von diesem ersten Teil jetzt eher, ne, digitale Spaltung weitet sich aus. Diese vielleicht wenigen Beispiele für digitale Demokratie und Teilhabe rücken doch eher in die Ferne und eigentlich ist es hier, kippt es gerade eher in Richtung auch dieser digitalen Diktatur. Chinas Seidenstraße ist das Stichwort für das zweite Kapitel, China digital. Da auch nur ganz kurze Schlaglichter. Ich bin dann natürlich auch zu Face++ gegangen, also zu einem der ganz großen Unicorns, die geboren wurden, um Face Detection im Public Space zu installieren. Und die Face Detection Technologien kennen wir alle schon längst. Aber die dort so flächendeckend in Anwendung zu sehen, war schon auch schockierend. Und das ist so von der Website einfach, ne, was wir für Szenarien haben und was für Anwendungsfälle mit natürlich so Access, also dass man einfach nur aufgrund der Bildanalyse dann Zugang zu Büroräumen, Hochschulen und so weiter bekommt. Was mich aber am meisten schockiert hat, war eigentlich unten in der Mitte Expression Analysis. Das ist eine Technologie, die in den Schulklassen eingesetzt wird. Ne? Also die Kinder werden dort gescreent, gemonitort, wie ihre Mimik sich verändert, ob sie aufmerksam sind, ob sie gut gelaunt sind, ob sie traurig sind. Und das wird halt in so Scoring auch mit eingerechnet. Und das wird einerseits zur Evaluation des Lehrers genutzt, aber natürlich auch zur Evaluation der Schülerinnen und Schüler. Und das war schon was, das war für mich irgendwie nicht vorstellbar, dass das so direkt eingesetzt wird. Sie sagen ja, das sei nur ein Pilotprojekt und sie evaluieren gerade, inwieweit das tragfähig ist. Aber das ist für uns, glaube ich, eine Grenze, die wir uns nicht vorstellen können, dass so etwas im Unterricht eingesetzt wird. Es ist natürlich im kommerziellen Bereich auch schon sehr weit verbreitet. Das war schon 2015 eine Technologie, die installiert wurde von Kentucky Fried Chicken, dieses Smile to Pay. Ne? Also man bestellt irgendwas im Restaurant, man muss gar nicht mehr viel drücken, sondern nur die Gesichtserkennung und das Smiling ist dann die Bestätigung der Bestellung. Also es ist auch ziemlich albern. Es gab auch von Alibaba, war das auch in so einem Pilotsupermarkt, gab es den Happy Meter. Den musste man, so gut es ging, anlächeln und je mehr man gelächelt hat, desto mehr Rabatte bekam man. Also es ist auch so eine Mischung aus so einem naiv, kindlich spielerischem und irgendwie total erschreckend, wie das in den Alltag einfach so einen Einzug hält. Das Social Credit System, da war in den letzten Monaten und fast schon Jahren auch einiges zu lesen. Das ist natürlich auch sehr schockierend. Ich habe nur ein bisschen recherchiert, aber das, was ich so rausbekommen habe, also allein diese Verknüpfung von dem Kreditsystem auf Alibaba, ne, auf der großen Plattform mit 400 Millionen Usern, ist natürlich Teil des Sozialkreditsystems. Und das ist eben verlinkt zu meinem eigenen Online-Verhalten, zu meiner Kredithistorie und zu der Kredithistorie meiner Freunde. Das heißt, ich muss auch gut aufpassen, ne, mit wem bin ich denn eigentlich befreundet, weil dann mein soziales Ranking runtergeht, wenn ich nicht die richtigen Freunde habe. Und das Ganze ist auch wieder verlinkt zu Plattformen wie Didi, das ist ja das Pendant zu Uber. Also wenn ich dann ein schlechtes Ranking habe als Fahrer zum Beispiel oder als Fahrgast, dann geht auch mein Sozialkredit runter. Und gleichzeitig sind diese ganzen Daten dann wiederum verknüpft mit Plattformen wie Baihi. Das ist so eine Dating-Plattform und ich bekomme dann einfach einen höherwertigen Partner je nach also je nach Social Credit System. Also das ist alles Realität in diesen Pilotprojekten, die gerade in verschiedenen Regionen von China aufgebaut wurden. Das ist halt keine Fiktion mehr und das ist schon ganz schön bitter. Da war ein schönes Zitat von einem der Technologen von dieser Sesame-Technologie, der sagt, someone who plays video games for 10 hours a day, for example, would be considered an idle person, and someone who frequently wears diapers would be considered as probably a parent who on balance is more likely to have a sense of responsibility. Also ganz einfache Patterns, die dann da zum Tragen kommen und die dann für eine Einordnung im Sozialkreditsystem sorgen. Und das ist schon ja, für uns, glaube ich, eine sehr erschreckende Vorstellung. Das ist auch nur ganz schematisch, was ich so recherchiert habe, also ne, was alles einfließt in das Sozialkreditsystem von Alibaba und WeChat, auch die ganze Kommunikation, die ja natürlich auch zensiert ist über die Kredithistorie. Es wird eine Voice Detection Database auch aufgebaut. Die Technologie heißt iFlight Tech. Also nicht nur diese Face Recognition, die Gesichtsdaten, die gespeichert werden, sondern auch die Voice-Daten, die inzwischen auch so gut ist, die Software, dass sie eben nicht nur einzelne Stimmen, wie jetzt bei uns im Call zum Beispiel, detektieren kann, sondern auch in einer Gruppe, also die eben sozusagen eine Voice-ID auch kreiert. Dann natürlich die Face-ID, klar, und aber auch solches Emotional Behavior Tracking, DNA-Daten, die von Krankenhäusern zur Verfügung gestellt werden. Also all das fließt zum Teil ein, zum Teil kann es einfließen. Bei der DNA-Datenbank habe ich auch mal nachgefragt bei Lenovo. Die wollen natürlich auch KI-Systeme bauen für Tumorerkennung und Ähnliches, was ja eigentlich positiv sein kann. Und ich fragte so, naiv, ich bin europäisch, was ist denn mit Datenschutz? Und eine Antwort war, also von einem, dass er sagte, ja, wenn wir nicht an die Daten rankommen wegen Datenschutz, dann kaufen wir einfach die Kliniken. Also das ist ganz einfach die Lösung dann. Ne? Und dann haben sie halt 15 Kliniken gekauft und haben sie eine ganze Menge Daten und dann läuft das schon. Also ein ganz anderer pragmatischer Ansatz. Also klar.
Es ist unglaublich interessant, sehr comprehensive Lecture. Wir sind leider schon am Ende der Zeit angekommen und haben auch die
alles klar. Okay, dann, ja, dann mache ich
Times. Aber
ich mache die Zusammenfassung.
Okay, sehr gut,
ja,
danke schön.
Dann kommt das Fazit daraus. Also ich habe versucht, ne, so Dictatorship und Democracy zu zeigen. Auf den 3 Ebenen, was sollten wir tun auf europäischer Ebene? Auf der ersten Ebene würde ich vorschlagen, diese Forderungen aus den afrikanischen Ländern aufzugreifen. Ne? Free Access, ganz klar. Also, dass das eben adäquat sein muss, dass man da die Zugänge ermöglicht, dass man sich da eigentlich der Charter der Fundamental Data Rights for the European Union anschließen würde. Das wäre auf der ersten Ebene eine politische Forderung, die ich hätte. Das überspringe ich jetzt mal, das sind Projekte, die wir dazu gemacht haben. Auf der zweiten Ebene wäre die Frage, ne, wie kann man Awareness und Education schaffen? Wie kann man eine große Bildungsinitiative entwickeln, die nicht nur sagt, wir stellen die Lehrinhalte zur Verfügung, sondern wir schaffen überhaupt eine Diskussion und Transparenz darüber, warum das wichtig ist. Ich glaube, das fehlt gerade sehr stark bei uns. Die Frage der Inklusion von verschiedensten Gruppen und Profilen ist bei uns noch relativ unbeantwortet. Und die große Frage auch der Data Literacy. Ich glaube, das wird eines der Themen sein, die wir in den nächsten Jahren massiv behandeln müssen, wo wir eben Leuten die Möglichkeit geben müssen, kompetent quasi die eigene digitale Souveränität auch gestalten zu können. Genau, ein kleines Projekt, wie Peter Weibel sagte, was wir selber dazu gemacht haben, ist Open Source, der Calliope Mini, der inzwischen in allen Bundesländern im Einsatz ist, den wir verschenkt haben. Wir haben Spendengelder dafür gesammelt. Ist alles Open Educational Resources, also ein ganz, ganz kleines Beispiel. Es gibt natürlich auch den Raspberry Pi und es gibt verschiedene andere Möglichkeiten. Aber es ist wichtig, dass man sagt, es ist Open Source, es ist offen, es ist zugänglich, es kann weiter gestaltet werden und es ist eben auch gender sensitive. Also wir fangen sehr früh an, um eben auch besonders Mädchen mit zu holen. Deswegen auch hier dieses Bild. Und zum Schluss auf der dritten Ebene, wie können wir eben auf dieser obersten Expertenebene dafür sorgen, dass die politischen Programme nicht immer nur diese Experten adressieren und die noch mehr profitieren lassen, sondern wie können wir breiteren Zugang schaffen zum Thema Open Standards und Digital Equity. Da ist natürlich sowas wie Data Sharing ganz wichtig, was auf europäischer Ebene gerade angefangen wurde zu diskutieren. Ne? Warum werden nicht Teile der Daten von Google zum Beispiel öffentlich zugänglich, damit andere auch damit arbeiten können? Sowas wie Data as Commons, also Daten als Gemeingut, um Zugänglichkeiten zu schaffen. Und wir sollten, glaube ich, sehr viel stärker auch darüber nachdenken, was alternative Businessmodelle sind, also sowas wie Plattformkooperativen, die schön alten Genossenschaften quasi wiederzubeleben und zu sagen, sind das nicht gerechtere Verteilungsmodelle. Und das wären vielleicht so Antworten, um digitale Demokratie zu stärken und nicht Digital Dictatorship. Und das war jetzt ein ziemlicher Ritt in kurzer Zeit, aber ich hoffe, das gibt Anlass zur Diskussion. Vielen Dank.
Es war eine super Lecture. Vielen, vielen Dank. Und ich gebe das Wort sofort an Peter Weibel weiter. Aber ich hoffe, Sie kommen in der Diskussion in einer halben Stunde nochmal dazu und wir haben dann die Möglichkeit, einige Dinge noch auszudiskutieren.
Sehr gerne. Ich versuche jetzt nur Screensharing zu stoppen.
Er ist gestoppt.
Ja, super. Wunderbar. Danke.
Okay, so Peter Weibel will now introduce our last guest, Jamie Susskind. Mikro, Herr Professor, das Mikro. You're muted. We can't hear you. Yeah. No. Yeah.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. Professor Weibel's microphone is still muted. Maybe you can unmute it, or maybe I will just give a very short introduction to our next guest, Jamie Susskind, if that's okay. Jamie Susskind is a barrister and the author of the award-winning bestseller Future Politics, Living Together in a World Transformed by Tech, which was highly awarded. And Jamie Susskind enjoyed fellowships at Harvard and at Cambridge, and was the Evening Standard has written on him that he is one of the great public intellectual rock stars of our time. He's also a very confident speaker, and we are very happy to have him here. And welcome, Jamie. I will hand over to you. You are, yes. Hello, Jamie.
Thank you so much for having me, and it's great to be speaking to you today. I want to start by casting our minds back to a long ago time when Britain was not run by Boris Johnson, and instead was run by Gordon Brown, and the United States was run by a chap called Barack Obama. And the Prime Minister of Britain went over to the United States on a diplomatic visit, and he took with him about 20,000 euros worth of gifts from the British public, thoughtful, careful things that had been chosen to impress the president and Michelle Obama. And when he got to the White House, there was an issue because what the American president had gotten for the British Prime Minister was 20 DVDs of classic American films. And the British press found this very funny. They said that the American president was disrespecting the prime minister and that he didn't have the stature on the world stage that he believed that he did. The diplomatic summit came to an end, and Gordon Brown came home to England, and he decided to make the best of a bad situation. So he settled down on his sofa with his wife with a big bowl of popcorn, and decided to put in one of the DVDs that the Obamas had given them as a gift, only to find that the DVD would not, in fact, play on his DVD player because it was coded only to work in the North American area. Now, what I take away from that story is a very simple message. You can't get a technology to do something that it's not programmed to do. You can't do something with it that it's not going to let you do. It doesn't matter how powerful you are in conventional terms, whether you're the Queen of England or the Prime Minister. If a technology isn't programmed to do something, it won't allow you to do it. So if you imagine taking your first drive in a self-driving car, that car may well refuse to go over the speed limit. It may well refuse to park in a bay which is forbidden to you. It may refuse to drive somewhere which its GPS systems tell it would be trespassing on private property. And increasingly, we live in a world where we are surrounded by digital technology, and we are therefore surrounded by the rules that are contained and coded into that technology. And my work is based around the idea that technologies have a kind of power over us. And I'm not just talking about market power or economic power, the ability of an Amazon or a Facebook to shove other competitors out of the marketplace, but I'm talking about real political power, the ability to get us to do things that we wouldn't otherwise do. And I say that technology does this in three ways. One is by the example I've already given. Technologies contain rules which we have to follow whether we like it or not. And therefore, the people who write those rules, the people who interpret those rules, the people who enforce those rules have a kind of power over the rest of us. They, in many ways, determine how we live our lives. The second thing that technologies do is that they gather data about us. And this can lead to power in one of two ways. Firstly, the more data that is gathered about us, the easier it is to get us to do things, whether that's to get us to buy things or to vote a particular way. The idea is that machine learning systems, when fed enormous amounts of personal data about you and about people like you, can determine your carrots and your sticks, as we would say here in the UK, the things that you want to hear and the things that you are frightened to hear, and can persuade and influence and even manipulate you. But there's an even subtler way in which gathering data about people exerts power over them. And that's actually quite paradoxical, because the more we know that we are being watched, the more we guard our own behavior and discipline ourselves. So the child who knows that his mother is looking at him is less likely to reach for the forbidden cookie jar. The adulterous husband who knows that his car will record where he drives to is less likely to use that vehicle to visit the person he's having an affair with. When we know that data is being gathered about us, we police our own behavior. We're less likely to do things that society considers sinful or shameful or wrong. And sometimes that's a good thing. Sometimes it isn't a good thing, because often it depends on what other people think of our behavior rather than what we think of it, or any objective sense of right and wrong. So as well as writing rules that we have to follow and gathering data about us, the third way that technologies exert power is by filtering our perception of the world. As human beings, we have a limited capacity to gather and process data. And what we perceive of the world around us is only ever a very limited slice of reality. And what's more, we rely on third parties, on intermediaries, to tell us what's going on out there, whether it's the traditional mass media of the 20th century, or whether it's social media in the 21st century model, where increasingly we rely on digital intermediaries to gather the news, to filter the news, to present the news, or to gather search results and present search results, or to answer our questions when we ask them to digital assistants like Siri or Alexa. Increasingly, the guardians of the outside world, as far as our perception is concerned, are digital technology companies. And the reason that matters is that, firstly, it means that what you perceive of the outside world may be very different from what I perceive. An interesting test is to look at your news feed in the morning and see if it's the same as the person you live with or the same as your family. And often it won't be, because it will be tailored and filtered to your prejudices and your preferences, which can, in some cases, lead to polarization and fragmentation. The other reason it matters is that it gives enormous power to these companies to determine our sense of right and wrong, of what matters and what's irrelevant, what's high on the agenda and what doesn't even appear on it. And if you combine these three powers, the ability to set rules, the ability to gather data, and the ability to filter our perception of the world, what you have is a technological system that, unless it is subject to control, I would argue is inherently authoritarian in nature. It is a system which is designed and engineered to get us to behave according to the whims of those who own and control and design it. And the major beneficiaries of such digital technology tend to fall into one of two camps. They tend to be large digital technology companies, on the one hand, in the private sector, and they tend to be governments and states on the other hand. And as citizens, halfway, sort of caught in between them, our task is always to try and limit the power of both, but without unduly increasing the power of the other. If you give too much power to the state to regulate and control digital technologies, that can be a very potent source of influence for them, just as well as it was for private sector companies as well. And we are, in a sense, caught between those two poles. But what I do in my book, Future Politics, is I step back and I look at these big technological trends and I ask, what do they mean for the big ideas that we use to think and speak about politics? Concepts like freedom, concepts like justice, concepts like democracy. And I don't propose to cover all of the terrain in the book in this talk. I've got through some of it, but it's a reasonably long book, and it contains lots of different ideas and examples. But I just want to leave you with a few thoughts before we go on to the question and answer session. The first is about freedom. A survey was taken recently of British people, and they were asked if they've ever done one of the following things. Have they ever paid someone cash in hand, knowing that no tax would be paid on that money? So an employee or a helper of some kind. Have they ever driven over the speed limit? Have they ever jumped on and off a form of public transport without buying a ticket? And worst of all, have they ever taken more than their fair share at a buffet in a restaurant? And more than 3/4 of British people admit to having done one of these things, some of which are crimes, they're against the law. And the reason for that is not that we as a people are more monstrous than others. It's that in a civilized society, not every law is enforced all the time. There is this hinterland of naughtiness where we're all allowed to get away with some stuff once in a while, as long as we don't make a mockery of the system. But in a world of smart wallets, you can't jump on and off a train without paying the fare because the money is deducted automatically. You can't pay someone cash in hand in a cashless economy. You can't drive over the speed limit if the car refuses to let you do it. And you can't take more than your fair share at the buffet if your helping is regulated by face recognition technology, which is a fairly spurious example, but it's not so spurious that the Chinese aren't already using it. Because if you go to the Temple of Heaven Park in Beijing today and you use the public facilities there, the toilets, you will find that your helping of toilet roll is regulated by face recognition technology. And I think it would be naive for you and I to suppose that when people are making rules, be they governments or be they companies, they won't use the technologies that are available to enforce those rules. But a world in which rules are enforced more and more perfectly is a world in which the hinterland of naughtiness begins to shrink. It's a world in which we have less opportunity to make mistakes. It's a world in which we have less opportunity to choose between right and wrong because the choice is often made for us. And if you're like Aristotle and you believe that the way to become ethical is by choosing between right and wrong over and over, then that could lead to a very different kind of society. The final thing I want to talk about, and I'll just speak for a minute or two, is deliberation. There's been a lot of discussion in the last few years, particularly since 2016, about how technology is affecting deliberation, which is an important part of the democratic process. Democracy isn't just about voting, it's about the way that we test our ideas as a community before we vote, and if necessary, change our minds. Now, the big problems that many have identified will be familiar to you. Problems like the spread of misinformation, problems like polarization, fragmentation, which I hinted at earlier. But there are also some even bigger problems, I'm afraid, looming over the horizon. And they mainly relate to the participation of non-human systems in the deliberative process. Now, I don't believe that we are close to reaching artificial general intelligence in the sense that you might have a non-human system that has consciousness or creativity and can debate with you and know that it's doing so. But we certainly do have text generation systems that are beginning to rival humans in various respects. And if you consider the standard of our political discourse, it's not going to be long before they can rival or match us for our participation on social media. Now, a lot of the time just now, the input into discourse by non-human systems takes the form of basically just repeating slogans. So when Jamal Khashoggi was assassinated, for instance, Arabic language speaking Twitter was ablaze with messages of support for the Crown Prince, who in the West was being accused of having murdered him or ordered his murder. And there were hundreds of thousands of messages for days dominating Twitter and the like in support of the Saudi prince. And analysts now believe that almost none of that was generated by humans. It was just automated. And it was enough to shift the dial of the discourse in that region. Something fairly similar on a less grand scale took place before the Brexit referendum in the UK and before the last presidential election in the United States. But in the future, it won't just be chatbots repeating slogans. And this is the point I want to leave you with. It will be systems that can persuasively, even if they're not actually human, they can synthesize and appear human in the way that they discuss, the way that they deliberate. They will have faces, they will have names and voices, perhaps engineered to appear as attractive as possible to whoever it is they're trying to persuade at any given moment. And they will be participants in the political process if they are allowed to be. And obviously one has to ask, well, who's going to benefit from that? And it's going to be the people who can afford to generate and unleash such systems. And that's not necessarily a healthy thing. For all of our disagreements in the past, what we've always known is that the people we're debating with out there are human beings. And I'm taking the long view here of centuries rather than decades. But in the future, that just won't be the case. It won't be the case for our children. And we have to decide whether democratic deliberation might be improved by the participation of non-human systems, or whether it might be damaged, or whether even if it would be improved, it would still be wrong in principle for us to allow it. I'm just throwing ideas out there for you to consider. I'd love to hear some of your thoughts in the question and answer session. I think I may now be approaching the end of my talk, so I will leave you just with one story. There is a tale told of an encounter in the 19th century between the great scientist Michael Faraday and the Prime Minister, William Gladstone. And Faraday was showing to Gladstone the invention of electricity. And they were in the laboratory. And Gladstone was quite a grumpy guy, and he was looking at this invention. And he said to Faraday, well, what does it do? And Faraday gave a scientific explanation. He explained what electrons were. But Gladstone said, well, what does it do? And again, Faraday tried to explain how this was a great leap forward in theoretical terms. And finally, Gladstone interrupted him again and just said, what does it do? And Faraday lost his temper and said to Gladstone, well, I'm sure in due course you'll find some way of taxing it. And what I take away from that story is this, that there are lots of people in the world like Faraday who are great scientists and engineers who don't immediately see or appreciate the political and social consequences of their work. But there are also a lot of Gladstones out there, politicians and political theorists and lawyers who know a great deal about philosophy and politics, but know next to nothing about technology. And for our generation, the generation that is about to assume the mantle of leadership in these difficult times, that is a distinction that can no longer be sustained. It can no longer be the case that those who run large technology companies can be completely ignorant of their moral and ethical implications of what they do. And it can no longer be the case that those who seek to run our countries in the political terms are as illiterate in technology as they often freely admit they are. And one of the challenges that I lay down in my book is to try and bring these worlds a little bit closer together. And I hope that you in the audience today might join me in that endeavor. Thank you very much.
So, Sophie, do we understand me? Yeah?
Yes,
Okay.
perfectly.
Wonderful lecture. I have one question. When I'm correctly informed, you are part of the Berggruen Institute, correct? You are part of the Berggruen Institute?
Are you, well, I've in the past held a fellowship at the Berkman Klein Center for Internet and Society at Harvard. I don't hold a fellowship there anymore.
But I was thinking you have been organizing some symposia on democracy with the Berggruen Institute. No.
Oh, the Berggruen Institute. Yes, forgive me. Yes, I have. I didn't organize it. I've been a participant in their seminars in the past, and I will be in the future.
So did you participate several times or only one time?
I've participated in one seminar, but I have also recently accepted an offer of theirs to become a non-resident fellow of the institute. So I suspect I will be doing more in the future.
To inform our audience, the Berggruen Institute is an institute for philosophy, which gives every year a prize for philosophy with $1 million. So it's a very important institute. And I saw your name that you have been participating on these conferences on democracy. But now the real question, you think today it is not possible anymore that we have people in government like Gladstone? People like Gladstone should not rule anymore people as a society.
People like who, sorry?
People like Gladstone should not.
Gladstone. Yeah, well, look, I mean, as it happens, I think this country would be doing a lot better just now if Gladstone was still the prime minister. But the general point I'm making is that we have a political class that is not only ignorant about technology too often, but is often proud of the fact. There are politicians of a certain generation who will gladly tell you that they get their secretary to do their typing for them because they don't know how to use a word processor. And I look at people like that and I say, how on earth can we trust you to regulate social media platforms or to understand the difficulties thrown up by machine learning systems? That's an extreme example, but the truth is that technology should be up there with basic understanding of economics and a decent grasp of literacy as one of the qualifications for those who aspire to political leadership in the 21st century.
So you think today political leadership needs also a kind of technical competence?
Well, at least, look, I don't think you need to be a computer scientist or a software engineer to appreciate the difficulties that are thrown up by digital technology and the challenges and opportunities of it. That's actually one of the reasons I wrote my book. I wrote it because I wanted it to introduce sort of political philosophy ideas to technical people and some technical ideas to non-technical people, to people in politics. And the bridge is easier built between those two worlds than you might think. And I think for too long, people who are non-technical have been frightened to weigh in on these issues because it all seems too difficult and scary. But it's not. You don't need to understand how such systems work at the most intricate levels in order to understand their social consequences.
Another question, please, could you explain us from your point of view the difference between mass media and social media? So classical mass media have been television, print, newspapers, and radio. What is now the difference to the social media today?
Well, scholars describe this differently. I know that Yochai Benkler, who wrote a great book a long time ago now called The Wealth of Networks, used to talk about the difference between mass media, which was like a hub, and spokes, like on a wheel, where you have a central source of information that broadcasts out and passive recipients receive it. I think there are 3 or 4 differences that you can hold in mind between social media and mass media. One is that the mass media, be it newspapers or television or whatever, they never watched you back. But social media does. It gathers information about you just as it is giving you information about the world. Secondly, social media platforms tend not to be the generators of content. They tend instead to be the mediators of content. So when you go onto Facebook, you're not necessarily reading stuff that's written by Facebook, as you would if you picked up a copy of the New York Times. But what you are reading is what Facebook has decided that you should be reading that has been written by other people. So it's more editorial than content creation. Thirdly, the mass media, by its mass nature, was the same for everyone. So if you sat and listened to the radio, you would hear the same things that I heard, and if you got the newspaper, you would read the same things that I read. That's obviously different when it comes to social media, where things are much more tailored to us at an individual level. I'll probably leave it there, but there's lots of interesting distinctions between them. The only one I would maybe say finally is this, that with the mass media, it was always clear what you were getting ideologically. When you pick up The Guardian or the New York Times, or you watch Fox News, there's not really any dispute about the political leanings of those papers, not least because it's all out there in public for people to criticize and for people to comment. Social media platforms do not wear their political biases on the outside to the extent that they have political biases. On the contrary, they are hidden and embedded within algorithmic systems, which are themselves heavily protected by commercial arrangements and laws. So it's often opaque, the basis on which you are being presented with one piece of news rather than another.
Thank you. It's very helpful. Very 4 points. Very helpful. Very good differences. So
thank you. Yeah, maybe I would just thanks a lot for the brilliant talk. I really enjoyed it. And I would like to encourage all the other present speakers to turn on their microphones again, and also their videos if they want to, so we can start with the general discussion, because I'm sure that there are urgent questions that you want to pose to each other. So please, if anyone would like to, just feel free to talk.
I would like to start with Keisha Jost, because the 3 steps how digital tools deepen the structures of inequality. Yeah? Then second, that one of the reasons of social decohesion. And finally, that we are more and more towards totalitarian data regime. So Jamie, since she was speaking in German, I repeat it for her. She said, we have a digital divide, which gets, do you understand me, Jamie?
The digital divide.
Yeah, she says the digital divide gets even wider. Huh? Then she is seeing that the data regime becomes more and more totalitarian, like in China. And then social injustice is also deepening. Do you see the same development?
Well, I don't feel terribly qualified to comment on a bit of the talk that I didn't hear. I mean, a lot of the old digital divide literature focused on the literal difference between people who have digital technologies, things like computers and smartphones, and then often less well-off and more rural people who don't have such things. That literature has been added to and usefully augmented by a series of literatures which try to understand the different power effects that technologies have on different people. So, for instance, there is an interesting set of research which suggests that poorer people who use technology less end up being the subject of discrimination by algorithms because their data is gathered less, and therefore there are systems that don't recognize them as being part of the data set which they are actually properly part of. That's a very abstract way of putting it. In a sense, it's the same kind of problem that arises that when a facial recognition system is trained on the faces of only white people, it's not going to be able to see the faces of people of color, or voice recognition systems which can't hear particular accents because they've only been trained on what might be considered an orthodox accent. So there are all kinds of ways in which technology creates cleavages of power on the one hand, but also, yes, economic injustice. I mean, in my book, I talk about the wealth cyclone. There are various structural features of digital technology which make it more likely to concentrate wealth in the hands of a very few people. I won't drone on about those now. They relate often to network effects, to the fact that capital and ownership of things and ideas tends to have greater returns than working for a living. they refer to the fact that technology companies with colossal market capitalizations now employ far fewer people than systems did in the past, than companies did in the past that were of equivalent wealth. I refer to automation, the idea that a lot of the things that we thought that only humans can do can now increasingly be done by non-human systems. So there's a flat out economic aspect to it as well. In my work, I tend to be interested in power though. Who is technology making more powerful and who is it making more unfree? And my answer is that there is an increasing cleft in society between those who own and control digital technologies and the rest of us who are merely subject to them.
So that means
I think that there is a different form, and when we talk about digital divide, I don't see the problem in that some people have less access than others, but I talk about an attention divide. I think that the true divide will in the end be that there will be two different species, one that is addicted and that is hooked, and the other part that is free. And in 20, 30, 40 years talking, I think that will be the most interesting divide, as anyone has access to the infrastructure anyways.
So I see a big issue in, do you hear me? So my internet is a bit unstable.
we hear you. We hear you.
Yes.
We hear you, KJ.
Oh, okay, very good. Okay, so I see a big issue when people don't have access. So on the basic kind of infrastructure level, because then they don't have even a choice. So everybody should have a choice. And the second thing is when we have these kind of three levels of digital divide. So the mere access, the education to use, the resources that are available, and the third level to get some profit for my own kind of benefit or for the global good, for the commons, let's say. And there has been this theory in the 1980s of the social elevator, so that through education we can step up in the different kind of layers in society. And when we take this image of the social elevator also and project it on the digital society, we see that this kind of elevator is more broken. So it's not even so easy possible just to profit really from all the resources that are there through digitization, but just people get stuck in their kind of levels on the social ladder. And this is really what I find what scares me, that those who benefit from digitization benefit more and more and more. Many political programs address just the startups or the tech companies, and so they are kind of getting wealthier in many senses, and the others ones are just neglected and they are not part of the game anymore. So this kind of whole promise of digital society that everybody could have access, it's more kind of even basic democratized process, everyone can raise his or her voice. This promise has not been taken really seriously, and now we have this kind of image of the broken elevator. This is what really freaks me out, because I love the internet. So it's what's happening. So this is really, it's not in the best state.
I have a question again to Jamie. Jamie, do you think that people are correct that in China we are we are seeing a totalitarian data regime? And do you think this can also happen to the West?
Well, it's a big phrase, totalitarian data regime, but if it gets at the fact that there is a very close alignment between technology companies and the state, that the state enjoys the full surveillance and disciplinary benefits of digital technology, that digital technology is being used to regulate and discipline more and more areas of Chinese life, then absolutely I would agree with that characterization. And it's a much more subtle and sophisticated form of totalitarianism than anything we saw in the 20th century. It's a much more suffocating form of unfreedom. Could it happen in the West? Well, you're going to see, I think, in this century, the great political standoff between two systems, of two approaches to digital technology. I should say in the last century, I think the big political question that divided left from right and the Western hemisphere from the Eastern hemisphere was the question, to what extent should the state get involved in the economy and what should be left to market and civil society? I think the big question for our generation is going to be, to what extent should our lives be governed by powerful digital systems and on what terms? And it's up to the West, however you want to define that, to come up with a model which can rival, which is intellectually coherent and which can rival that of the Chinese system. I don't think we have that yet. I think there is a big divide between the way we do things here in Europe and the way they do things over there in the United States. And I think that both of those systems have pretty serious problems with them, and neither is perfect. So in the West, we have to hammer out this balance between enjoying the benefits of digital technology while not becoming its slaves. And that's an intellectual task, it's an economic task, it's a political task, and it's one we haven't done yet.
I think your diagnosis is very correct, because there's this famous book by the Austrian economist Hayek, a Nobel Prize winner. The book is called The Road to Serfdom. And he was afraid that only the East, because of the political decision making in economy, would lead us to serfdom. But now we see we have now a new regime. It's not about economy, it's about data management. And
exactly. No, I entirely agree. If you read what Hayek was saying in The Road to Serfdom, and in that article, whenever it was, where he outlined why it is that markets are a superior method of data organization than states, a lot of it now would be wrong, because we actually have systems that are neither market nor state that can process data in a way that Hayek himself couldn't have imagined. And there's a big irony there, because people often see Hayek as the father of neoliberalism, but the capitalist development of technology has resulted in this highly controlled, highly regulated algorithmic society in which we are all constantly ranked and ordered and sorted and rated. And it's not the state that's caused that. It's letting technology develop according to market norms that has resulted in that, to the extent that it exists here in the West. So I think Hayek is an interesting figure to go back to these days, because a lot of his underlying assumptions, which were so persuasive 50 years ago, are just not anymore.
I think too, it could be the case that the market is a much more subtle way as a road to serfdom, because everything is controlled by algorithm and by scoring, etc. So his assumptions are a little bit wrong today.
I agree.
We just got a question from Telegram. It's a rather long one, but maybe it connects to your talk, Jamie Allen. Maybe not. I will just read it out to you. It says, I think what we can all agree on, the change starts with the inputs, the data available to us through the new technologies and sensor infrastructures are new input for the use of the ecosphere to which we genetically belong. How can we make sure that the information in our genes is also protected, or that we are not deprived of our freedom by undemocratic states or technical regimes? Maybe someone wants to answer that.
I'm conscious I've done quite a lot of talking. I'd love to hear other people's opinions, not least because it's a very difficult question.
Oh, yes.
I would address that in terms of participation, actually, and probably link a little bit to is it Ruth's talk, who's not here anymore, but and something that the other Jamie said, which has to do with how these platforms have become places of mediation and not creation, I think, or something like that. Meaning that it feels like what we've also forgotten to be imaginative about is the ways in which we constitute participation. So there's this discussion about like digital and analog, or like, an invitation to contribute or a like, but there's a lot of different ways in which people engage in systems, and a lot of different terms and conditions for things like, privacy, which can be part of a literacy that people embark on when they decide to participate. The problem is, of course, that like that's why I was thinking of Ruth's example of like, just inviting people along for the party is not enough. You have to kind of, one has to develop a kind of literacy in order to make that invitation. Is it Ruth? Beth, sorry, Beth, I apologize. Beth's presentation about, participatory democracy sessions where you'd have to develop a literacy in order for someone to even understand what it is that they're getting into, right? And these whole processes, I think there's a lot of sort of, work in DIY science and the stuff I was bringing up when I presented, which is really about data collection and like that empirical moment of laboratory practices, which for most people looks like the temperature of this ice cap is X, but there's no sense of how it's collected and how it's developed and all this sort of stuff. So I think somehow linking knowledge practices back to the context of their sourcing and educating people on that and what it means to, give up your rights to a particular kind of data would be a lot helped by understanding how it's collected.
I think the problem is though that we have to look at the reality that we have right now. We have about at least 30,000 real-time data points flowing into so-called data management platforms. These data management platforms are accessible by a lot of people for relatively low money, and you would be targeting not only advertisements at people, but you are currently targeting political messages at them to create footfall on the streets everywhere in Europe and in the United States. We're discussing here an infrastructure that is right now disturbing our reality, and nobody wants to see it. I simply can't imagine. You guys, and like me, you guys are experts. Don't you see what's happening? Don't you see that Trump and Brexit, you know that these were phenomena that were manipulated in the background. And right now we have the same thing going on. And China is, it looks at the surface, it's different, but at the core, it's identical. We have the same machine running in the background. And only that our Western democracies want to feel free as they go to the protests. They feel they're free, but in truth, they're not free. And it goes, I mean, Jamie, I think you are, perhaps you were referring a little bit to Foucault. I wasn't sure, because we love the entity that surveys it, and we start to behave in order to please it. We also try to watch our own behavior. But the thing is, I think it's even worse. It's that we believe we are free, and there is no panopticon. We choose freely to go to the street. And in truth, we are going to the street because there are people behind right now who are manipulating the messages. Why do not 2,000 people go to protest? Why do go 100,000? Did you ever think about the scale? Is that natural? I don't think so.
But the protests in Vienna, I think they were a good example on how, because they were only advertised through Instagram, not even through Facebook, only through Instagram. And I mean, it showed that a certain generation was not addressed, that did not show up, but still it managed to reach 50,000 people. So like, my question is, what do we really need to do in order to protect, to be able to use the transparency and the reachability of digital media and social media and so on, to proclaim or to stop hiding things, which actually it's what exactly happened with the George Floyd case, that the same things are happening for sure since 50 or 100 years, but now we reached a point where surveillance is so omnipresent that you could not hide it anymore because it was on multiple cameras. So the question is, like, what can we do? Like, I mean, a lot of you showed or addressed some points in your talks today. And wouldn't it be maybe, I think that anyhow this development, it goes by its own and it's not really stoppable, it's maybe directable. So probably it would be important to cover personal rights regarding data and so on. And is there any chance that this can happen in the next, like, let's say 10 years or something, that individual gets a data protection?
I was addressing this in my presentation in the
Exactly.
last slides, on this kind of 3 levels. So I think that there's a big movement in Europe currently addressing exactly this point. So fundamental rights, kind of redefining democratic fundamental rights in the times of the network society. And in a way, I strongly believe in this kind of basic understanding that we have, that the democratic society is valuable, and that it is currently at risk. So I think there's this sense of urgency more and more kind of coming, also sneaking into policy making. And this is important because what we see through for example, the Chinese scoring system is that it is economically kind of very successful, and it's so convenient. So it's beautifully designed. It's amazing. It's all integrated in WeChat. So you just, it's just one click away. So it's not kind of this ugly monster of totalitarian dictatorship that we know from former times. So it's like really, it's a nice product. So what we need to readdress on this European level is really what we find as an inclusive digital agenda, and how to let people from all different kinds of backgrounds participate in this endeavor that we might believe in. And this is what I think is happening. I think we're very late, so it's really high time to take bold decisions, like, for example, this policy that is discussed at least now, that data sharing should be a principle, so that these kind of big data silos should be opened up, be accessible to others, that we have a kind of fundamental right to access and process data, that we have this kind of transparency about what kind of data is collected on us. And GDPR is, of course, very formal, and it's also very complex, but it was a very big first step in this kind of direction. So I think that policy is lagging behind a bit, but I think this is the last chance that we have to do this on the European level together, not just we as kind of nerds from the German scene being kind of crazy about data protection, but being to the point, what is the value of data, and how can we proactively also live with it, work with it, share it, do kind of future thinking stuff with it, and not try to hide and to avoid the usage of data. I think this is not the way that we should go to, but really kind of take the chance to rethink also the kind of humanistic approach that we have. This is beautiful. The values are beautiful, and they could be even enhanced through.
Geshe, I'm not so 100% convinced. Because the medium itself, the digital medium, the nature of the fabric, the digital fabric, is a very poor one. It's a bipolar medium. And it is, from my perspective, as soon as digital media is making us be networked, yeah? As soon as we are networked by the digital fabric, human beings are at risk to lose part of their analog identity. The digital sucks the energy from people. And so with all my respect for the openness of the maker scene, which is nice. I mean, I also think if the digital needs to be there, then let's at least people control it. But at the essence, I fear that the digital is a very dangerous medium that sucks the energy from people and plunges them into a passiveness of existence that undermines their very ability to ever be someone who deserves democracy.
This is what Plato was also saying about the book. So I don't believe in this kind of critique that the digital media itself sucks energy. I totally don't believe that.
It's probably what I was trying to address with participation, I think, is like, I think our versions of participation have become so impoverished through, this sort of cynicism that's developed since the late 90s of, this sort of siloization of digital systems into being really about banal commenting and likes and stuff. But there are an incredible number of digital communities out there that are incredibly satisfying and helpful for people, and emotively enriching, even kind of more so than some analog life. And I'm not even really sure what that means anymore. But I think it's just a matter of, somehow protecting that also in some of the original visions we used to have about what the internet could have been. Just because these things didn't happen doesn't mean they were bad ideas.
Yeah, but if you want to treat, I see what I think, instead of, it's always the same, it's openness and things like that. Why don't we talk, for instance, about put more latency in networks? Things like that, take the speed out of the network. Why not everybody talk about that? Why are our devices always on passively available? Why? We should be going away from a push model of the network to a pull model of the network.
Professor Spiegelman.
That's right about it in the intention economy. So I believe that there are also models out there that would allow us to reshape the infrastructure, but it's less about creating more and more data and making everything open, but it's more about changing how the network is able to access us and how we interact with it.
Professor Spiegelman, hören Sie mich? Michael, hörst du mich?
Ja, geht wieder.
Yeah? Okay. Yeah. Professor Spiegelman, the question of Valerie Messina was, you gave good examples of footfalls, but all these massive protests against racism in the United States because of Floyd, is this not a positive example that people can choose a different use of footfalls?
I mean, it's great when people are politically engaged. But what we need to watch out for is that it's not their political heart that is moving them here, but that if there is manipulation happening at the background, which I really suspect is happening.
And you mean even now with Floyd is a manipulation in the background?
I think it's happening, of course. That is what's happening right now. This is why not 2,000 people go to protests, but 100,000 go to protests. Well, formerly no more than 2,000 would turn up. Because you see, the background infrastructure that we have, was built for digital advertisement, where millions of people get the advertisement from L'Oreal or from some shampoo, This exact infrastructure is being used now to spread political messages. And you, Valerie, said it was only done through Instagram. But you know what's missing? You have Instagram influencers who have 100,000, 200,000 followers. How do you think they're making money? Do you think they're living, what are they living on?
Yeah, I'm not saying that they are saints or something. I'm just I really like this. Everything has two sides, and my personal opinion is that this development is anyhow going very fast, and the curve is increasing, and it's going towards transparency, in my opinion. And I think that there are more people, the people who are controlling this data right now, they have economical interests or political interests, but I think the people which are oppressed are way bigger in numbers. And in my opinion, internet, one of the great things in internet is that it just counts numbers, and it doesn't count income. And yeah, obviously you have ways around it, but these ways around it are, in my opinion, way more open than analog political ways. So right now, I think you are correct that it's actually misused because there is not the right consciousness for it, there is not the right legislation for it, and so on and so forth. But I think that there is a way that in future this can turn into a very positive shift. And I mean, one thing where it was very clear in Geshe Joost lecture was she made it very clear that internet or YouTube, very like also probably misused platforms, platforms which are spammed with advertisement, they are giving people access to knowledge, to education, where they did not have this access before, no matter what. So this is like clearly something very positive, and I'm just wondering if those positive facts will overrule the negative, because the numbers are talking for that. But yeah,
is Jamie Susskind still with us?
Yeah.
Okay, because when I have read correctly your writings, then you say artificial intelligence systems can help to improve democracy beyond voting. So you think artificial intelligence can help democracy transform into something beyond voting. Is this correct?
Sort of. One of the things I say is this: we're not a million miles away, technologically speaking, from a world where, if you wanted to, you could have a non-human system that votes on your behalf 1,000 times a day on 1,000 different issues. If democracy is considered to be, if one of the epistemic points of democracy is to gather data in an efficient way, then the way that we vote, one tick in a box between a few binary issues every 4 or 5 years, is actually a very small amount of data on which to constitute political institutions. And I think what you're going to see are arguments that basically say that true, authentic democracy is one that takes into account all the data that we have about people, that data shouldn't just be the preserve of commercial entities, but should be used by the state as well. Now, I think that is a deceptive argument and possibly a dangerous one. But I think it's one that we have to engage with, because I think that we would be naive to suppose that the system of democracy we have just now is the final and best form of human government, and that there won't be people in the future advocating for other systems as well.
Because Sarah Spiekermann is against the use of artificial intelligence, correct?
Who?
Sarah
Spiekermann. I think Mr. Susskind clarified one thing. One thing is that we have personal agents basically working for us, for instance, voting every day on, let's say, whether we are going to access a service. Like, are we going to go to that website even though the privacy policy is really, really low? Yeah. So this kind of personal agent decision on small everyday things, fine. But when you talk about voting in a democratic context, I understood voting as going to vote for a politician, or going, and in the expose that you, Mr. Weibel, sent, you were suggesting or quoting somebody saying that artificial intelligence could take the democratic decisions for us. And I think that's just bogus. That's just big bullshit. It should never happen. And whoever writes that, even if that's you, Mr. Susskind, I wouldn't agree.
Well, I appreciate your frankness. I'm not. Are you referring to the book Future Politics? I'm sure you wouldn't describe it as bullshit, not having read the argument itself.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think Professor Spiekermann was just referring to the text that we sent for this conference, which is also available online. So no, she wasn't referring to your book directly.
Okay.
Just to clarify.
I mean, there's an empirical and technical question about whether something is possible or not. And it certainly seems to me possible that collective decisions could be taken in the future, either by one centralized data processing source or by a multiplicity of them acting on behalf of individuals and sending in their preferences on issues of public policy in the same way that they might make decisions for you about what clothes you should wear or what books you should read. Do I think that is empirically feasible? Yes, I do. Do I think that there are arguments to be made that in some respects it could be epistemically superior to a democracy in which about half the people vote about once every 4 years? It may well be that you could constitute a system which better represented the people. But do I also identify in the book serious drawbacks with it relating to freedom, relating to the personal growth that takes place through active participation in the democratic process? I do as well. So I think I share your moral skepticism, but I don't share your empirical skepticism. I think it's entirely possible that people will be advocating for systems of this kind.
I think if you build on wisdom of the crowd's arguments and things like that, and that you could automate this kind of preference building, yeah, no thing. But let's say if I had a vision for the future, I'd rather take, say, what Valerie just said, educating people with publicly available information, and going back to Tocqueville when he described how American democracy worked in the 19th century when people were still educated.
Yeah,
I mean, believe
there is a debate to be had, I think, a reasonable debate about whether artificial intelligence systems ought to run certain aspects of public policy which are genuinely technocratic in nature. So, for instance, there's a city in China where the traffic system is almost entirely done via an artificial intelligence system. You don't have a little person sitting in a control box like you do in a lot of cities, and you don't have traffic lights that work on timers. Instead, you have an artificial intelligence system that processes the data that's fed into it. And it seems to me that that's the kind of public administration role that a non-human system might do better than a human being.
This is how I try to understand you, and this is how I would agree on these kind of decisions. It's beautiful. You can delegate to machines, but when it comes to voting politically, trying to make complex decisions on society, on people, I deeply believe that humans should be rather working to re-establish the skills.
I agree, not least because the gathering data only tells you about what is. It doesn't tell you about what ought to be. And bridging the gap between those two things is the job of politics. So I share your skepticism in that regard.
Okay, then I would say we are closing a little bit, and I would say I'm deeply grateful and deeply impressed by all the lectures, and thank you much all the participants, all the speakers. Really, it was inspiring lectures. I'm deeply impressed and deeply grateful, seriously. And I think, and I look forward, maybe when the Corona crisis is completely over, so that we can meet again in real space in Vienna and continue as a sequel in real space this discussion. I hope very much that in 1 year we can travel again and we have not to be afraid of the virus, because this was very inspiring. And thank you deeply that you participated. And I hope really that next year we can make a conference with all of you again in Vienna.
Thank you.
I hope to see you all. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I would also just like to make some advertisement for tomorrow. We will have a concluding discussion with Dr. Gerald Bass, Director of University of Applied Arts, and Professor Peter Weibel, and with my colleagues Michael and Valerie and me at 12 o'clock at noon on the Angewandte Festival side. So maybe see you then again. And thanks for this really very prolific day.
Thank you. We'll join you.
Dankeschön.
Have a nice evening. Bye.